Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. Okay. Get everyone talking in here. My background isn't the same as yesterday, so something's different. It's all right. As long as you can see me, I can see my face still moving, so it's good.
You're moving and I can hear you.
That's right. That is right.
I hope your arm is better by snowboarding season.
Well, that's the thing the mountain biking season is over. It's gone. But yeah, I've got to get some physical therapy, get going before snowboarding hits. And it rained yesterday and today, so that snow's going to be coming. That's coming on the way. But oh man, it is painful. So, any questions from yesterday?
Not
Anything
really
that
from yesterday, but I did want to know, are you going to be talking about Matterport just in general? Because I use DocuSketch, but I'm just wondering about Matterport and if it's worth, switching over and stuff like that.
my opinion, yes, but yeah, let's we'll cover that. I'll show you some tricks that I like to use with Matterport. One of the most useful things with Matterport is okay, so someone needs meeting meeting ID. Oh,
Yeah,
what is
that was me and the but I found it. Thank you. I'm
okay.
here. All right.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
What you can link directly from any place in a Matterport, and you can put that link into a note in Xactimate, and it's clickable. That's a really powerful thing that you just can't do with any other platform. Plus, Matterport you can use a bunch of different cameras, and we'll talk about it. Yeah, I think we should do a little bit of a deep dive. I'm gonna do a review of all the software that is available to us as professional restorers, and it's dizzying the amount of platforms and software that people have come to market with. And okay, someone's trying to get a hold of me on Facebook. They need something for today's class. All right, let's come into Facebook over here. Let's get my messenger up. Feel free. I put in, let me get the document up to docs.google. So I put a link to this class's Facebook page. It's not really well trafficked, but everyone who has attended this class previously and here can get into that group. I invite you to get into that group and at least network with each other, ask questions and things like that, and send a friend invite to me, and let's be friends on Facebook. Send a connection on LinkedIn, even better. I'm a huge fan of LinkedIn. So I'm gonna get a couple more people in here. Shonda, you can get in here.
Andy, I've really enjoyed your imagery and stuff you've had on LinkedIn. I think it's pretty cool what you've done.
I'm just poking the bear, man. Just poking the bear.
Yep.
Oh yeah, your imagery on there is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I do. So I can show you if we have some time today. I want to get class going, but I use Midjourney to do a lot of graphics, and there's a plugin in Midjourney that allows you to, it's called Face Swapper. So it allows me to put my face on, whatever image I come up with.
It's pretty badass stuff there.
It's fun. And then I use Canva for all my graphic design stuff. I'm not a graphic artist, but Canva makes me look like it. So, all right, Joe Spears needs a link here. Let's get this link. So show meeting invitation. Here we go. Here's a link for Mr. Joe Spears. Oh, I got to copy the meeting ID, maybe? maybe. Let's see. And then, is there a code? Is there a meeting code? There shouldn't have been a code for today, was there? Stephen, you said you had to use a code to get into today's thing? Oh, there's Joe right there.
Yes, I just went back to the original invitation and clicked on day 2.
Okay. There we go. All right. So for those of you who weren't watching just a bit ago, before I had to shut down Zoom and reopen Zoom, I completely reinstalled all of my drivers for my computer core, my computer graphics card, and my computer motherboard, and it seems to be working much better today. There was I was only using I've got a 12 core processor from AMD, and it looks like I was only using 6 of them, and so that might have contributed to Zoom's problems yesterday, but whatever. And I also found, and I'm currently downloading yesterday's Zoom call video from the cloud. So that's good news. I've linked up. Let's do a quick review of the papers, just the documents. Morning, Joe.
How we all doing today, guys?
So I've put in some links. So the Facebook page is the first and foremost there. Get in there, get in the Facebook page. I linked up the class resources. Please forgive me. That folder is a conglomeration of over the last 3 years. I've done this class 4 times, and I'm just not the most organized human being on the planet. So it's a bunch of stuff in there. Take your time. Don't do it today because you'll get lost in there, but go through it and just dig for some gold in there. So previous class videos, they're all unlisted on YouTube. So the public can't go find them, but I wanted to have them available to folks that took the class. So that whole playlist is there in that link. Okay, so the bucket of money we went through yesterday, factoring, pricing, that's the presentation that we went through yesterday. Xactimate pricing module, stick to the plan. Okay, I'm coming down. God, my neighbors are just so loud. Hopefully you guys can't hear that big diesel engine right out my window here. I linked up some white papers. Those white papers are also in the class resources. And so supervision calculator, we're going to get into today once we get our estimate written, and then software comparison. Let's just start there today, unless anyone has any questions. So I did, so I'm starting a new company. I'm revamping Claims Delegates. I brought on a couple co-founders, and we're launching a company. We've done a soft launch, but we're doing a real launch here soon, a company called Quick Check. Part of the premise of the new company is I've been writing estimates for a long time. I've been writing remotely for a bunch of folks for a long time. And one of the primary pain points and primary issues I deal with on almost every single client with almost every single claim is getting good data, period. For those of you with any experience at all in restoration, you understand that maybe you don't realize it, but you understand that fundamentally we get 90% of the data and information we need to complete the claim on day 1 and day 2. 99% by day 3. The damage has already been done. The demo's done. The mitigation's done. By the end of day 3, we should have all the information we need to take that claim all the way, soup to nuts, all the way through the repairs, the repair estimate, and everything else. But we have a fundamental problem in this industry where, looking at this chart, I mean, how many different software platforms are we looking at here? No one has. This is a testament to the fact that this is a hard problem to solve. Getting all the data, all the relevant data, and getting it in a cogent fashion, and getting it in a way that we can use it and disseminate it, and turn that into the documents that we need. Okay, things keep popping up on me here. That is a hard problem to solve, and that's why we have an Encircle and an Accelerate and iRestore and File Track and DryLink and Company Cam and Canvas is a sketching tool, Builder Trend, Albiware. I mean, just go down. This is just the usual suspects here. And you'll notice that there is not one piece of software or platform that has an X across everything we need. We need to do an intake on every file. We need to dispatch our crews on every file. We need a CRM and somewhere to put our metadata on every file. We need somehow to manage our projects. We need scope. We need sketch. We need photos. We need hygrometrics. We need contents inventory. We need accounting and billing. And there is not one magic bullet in our quiver as an industry. So our effort on Quick Check, the new company I'm launching, is to integrate. We're calling it Universal Dispatch Integration. Integrate with the dispatch and your crews on day one to make sure that we have data integrity through the entire process. So we capture all the data, all the relevant information, and we keep that claim on the tracks all the way to collection. It's a big ask. It's a big, hairy thing that we're trying to accomplish here, but I've got confidence that we are approaching it the right way. So we had a question early. Someone wants to talk about Matterport and what how I use Matterport and do things like that. So let's pull up. I've got a list of things to do, but by the end of the day, we need to have an estimate written. That's our goal. Let's start with Matterport. I'm going to pull up my Xactimate. Hopefully this isn't going to crash the entire world. We shall see. Okay. I'm going to allow to talk. Make sure everyone is allowed to talk here. Any questions before we get going? Okay. I share my whole screen. There we go.
I
And
think
this, by the
chat is not being active for everybody, so I'm gonna try to get that set up real quick, guys.
the chat. Oh, let me make you co-host.
That's probably why I can't do it.
There you go. Do you want to make Joe Spears a co-host? Yes, I do. There you go.
Everyone, all right, guys. Everybody, the chat is now unlocked and you can talk in it. There you go.
There we go. Speaking of AI and graphics, this is my dream home, according to Midjourney.
That looks like the background of my Oculus.
This is not a real photo. If you dig into the details, but I like to use artificial intelligence and these tools that we have to expand my dreams, expand my imagination, and because if we can't imagine it, we can't make it real. So this is a life goal for me right here. I want to own this house. I want to live in this house. So anyway, all right, let's get to exactly that goal. It's important to have goals, people. If you don't have goals, you don't know where you're going to go. Right? If you don't have a plan to get there, you will never get anywhere. All right, we were working on Fred Williams.
Are we all done talking about Matterport?
We're about to start talking about Matterport.
Okay.
So let's go garage. And I figured out why there's two garages in here. This is just a storage room.
Oh, Andy, I did have a few people ask questions yesterday. Later on, they were asking me and stuff. Your CRM tool that you are using for over there at Claims and all, that's a custom for you guys designed CRM tool. It's not a readily available one, correct?
Oh, it's readily available, but you do have to customize it. And I use it's not a standalone. It does very little alone. but I use what's called Zapier, which is an application aggregator, and Zapier is the magic behind everything we do over here. So it's not a off the shelf plug and play solution. You have to know a little bit about what you're doing, but once you get it rocking and rolling, man, it works.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. You call it Zapier, I call it Zapier.
Yep.
We had a massive discussion the other day about some pronunciations between the West and East Coast. It was and all just yeah, guys, Zapier is really great. There's a lot of programs that are really using Zapier though for especially like with bringing in circle information over to different CRMs. Zapier will work with like if you have Job Nimbus, it'll take your Encircle account information and send it to Job Nimbus. It'll send it to different places. So if you're having trouble transferring data from one CRM or one platform to another, Zapier is definitely a program to look into getting.
Yeah, I mean, even simple stuff. If you want to start automating things, Zapier is a great tool. But you need to. It's not a done for you solution. It's very much, and also IFTTT, if this then that. That's another service that you can start plugging things in and doing things automatically. So, all right, my whole screen is shared, right? All right, let's get Matterport up here.
Do me a favor, once you log in, hit share on this here, and let's post the Matterport link into the Zoom chat.
It's already there. It's already there.
In the Zoom chat?
Oh, Zoom chat. No, okay. So the link is over here in the doc. Where is it?
And everyone would like for you to post those Google Doc link again as well.
Sure. Share. Copy link. Where's my chat? Chat. Everyone. There. And there's a link to the Google Doc. And inside there's the job. It's right here.
Factoring Xactimate module 6, the job.
It's called the job.
Copy. I'll
There you
paste it into the chat here.
There you go.
Matterport.
Matterport. Chat's down here. Here we go. So this is the easy thing. Share, copy the link, come over here to. What I like to do is put it in my opening statement. We're going to talk about opening statements in a little bit.
I got one better for you. You want me to really make your life easier, Andy?
How's that?
Scroll down.
Scroll down here.
Scroll down. Wait, are you on the actionable profile?
Yep.
Scroll down on the main. Do you have the mortgage section underneath there? Underneath the opening, or
Not on this window.
go
Over here I do.
yeah, go there. Go down under mortgage. Type Matterport under loan number. Type the link, and then just use a token set up in your opening statement, and then you don't have to mess with editing the opening statement every time.
Huh. Matterport, and then you just put this?
Just put that there, and then you know how to do a token, right?
Yep. Yeah. We're going to cover tokens here in a little
Just
bit.
throw a token into your opening statement with the attaches the Matterport link, token, loan number, and your life's a lot easier.
Interesting.
For anybody who doesn't know me, I have way too much time on my hands to figure out really stupid shit that you can do in the program that like makes your life so much easier, and it seems really like, oh my god, why didn't I think of that?
All
But
I see is mortgage holder. I guess I'll try that.
Maybe you can just put it in. Hang on.
That
Here, I
doesn't
gotta-
sound right. Doesn't look right.
Maybe you put it in the mortgage name. Let me think here. I got to look at mine. It's been so long since I set it up. It just automatically does it now.
So this link is clickable. It'll be
Oh, just put the link into the mortgage company name, not the loan number. And then your token is going to be the mortgage company name.
and that'll link it. Okay.
But I mean, it's supposed to. I mean, it doesn't mind.
Okay. So I mean, we're skipping ahead a little bit here, but tokens are right here. This little T. You can see the other tokens I'm using in this particular opening statement. Anything in brackets is a token. So the sum grand total, estimator name, company HDR name, insured state. Those are all tokens. So they're auto-filled based on the data you put into your estimate. All right, let's do this. Mortgage.
So how do we get
folder,
where you are?
Mortgage.
Under your opening statements.
So it's in parameters. And you go down to the bottom and your opening statement here. You've got a list of opening statements that I linked. I sent you guys so you can import these, or you can make your own. And we're going to go through that once we get done with our estimate today. And then you just edit it, and then you're in the opening statement editor, and you can put in tokens and put whatever you want. You can copy and paste from Word files directly into here. So if you're digging through the the class resources I linked up for you guys, you're going to find a folder that has both opening statement files and the Word versions. And those are just meant to be copied and pasted, edited to your delight, and then copy and paste them into here. And then make sure your tokens are working. So there's my token. Let's just do, let's look at this thing. So that's how I did it. I'm saving it. I'm going to print this from outside here. That's why I don't have to hit OK on all the bypass everything. Let's just do a preview and see what happens. Huh. Now, okay, that link did work, and this link will work. Interesting. Okay.
Andy,
That's not a bad
can
use.
I take 2-3 minutes real quick here and still the screen?
5, 2, 10, 20.
No, I want to take a few seconds here to make sure everybody's kind of set up their Xactimates are set up to be optimized for them real quick, and it'd be easier for me to show real quick.
Show it. Go ahead.
So,
All right. So this is you're talking about setting your
some
preferences.
of your pre-preferences up, guys. It's kind of important to make your life a lot easier. All right, so a couple things here, guys. When you're for everybody, especially when you're if you're using the desktop, if you have an option, first off, guys, always use the desktop version.
Always use the desktop version.
If you have professional, you'll have all three options. If you're only using a standard version, I highly recommend everybody switch their accounts over from web-based to desktop. There's a couple reasons why. Number one, it operates a lot quicker. Unlike using the web-based, I can open up a file this quick and it'll pop open. I don't have to wait for it to download and open every 5 minutes. I can switch between programs real well.
And if you are, if Xactware is experiencing a crash globally, you are going to be able to work easier if you have desktop versus being shut out for 3 days. 3 weeks ago? It was 3 days Xactimate was down, and everyone who was online could not use Xactimate.
The other thing about desktop here is that if you're on a laptop, if you go airplane mode, lose internet signal, this will, and you're logged in, it'll stay logged in for up to 72 hours before it requires you to reconnect to the internet and log in again.
Yep.
So you can take it offline as well. And then by no means would I ever encourage anybody to multi-tag an Xactimate account, but if you have the desktop version here and I log into and open up my file, and then somebody were in the office to log into the same account, it'll keep the file open here for me. It'll just log me out of the dashboard, and I can keep working in the file here, and then you can kind of bounce a single account back and forth a little bit. Not that I would ever encourage you to do that.
Yeah, all right, let's go to preferences.
Okay, for your preferences, guys, some of you guys have this set up where you're just seeing the homeowner's name. Step one is always make it be separate columns here and separate them out, because sometimes you're going to have Miss Smith mitigation and then Miss Smith recon, and trying to figure out the two is a pain in the ass. Make sure these are both separated. I recommend doing an automatic save at least every 3 minutes. I think it's defaulted at 5. You want it to be at least every 3 minutes. If you're a big fan of putting photos in your estimates, do the double compression option here. It's going to make your life a lot easier. That should be that on the first tab. Second tab here, if as you guys know, side note, if you're writing and if you don't have the actionable profile or the actionable profile, you guys should always be writing in Carrier. I do not
Every single time.
I do not recommend using Contractor unless it is a self-pay job that has 0 chance of going to the insurance company. And even still, then I'll still use Carrier. You should all be writing in Carrier mode. It's just
it just has more options, and it has more complete data.
But in the Carrier mode here under personal, this is where the claim rep, I have just defaulted with a blank that just says insurance adjuster. Contractor, this is where you put in your company's information, so it shows up on your estimate. Your company header here is where it has at the very top of the page.
So these are the defaults. If you're, I don't set those defaults because I work for a different company, every day. But you should have your defaults set, so you don't have to enter this every single time, every single estimate.
And you can even go right here to your opening statements and import this is my mitigation one, and then it'll automatically let me, I can go in here and edit it if I need to. It'll let me, you can edit it right here, and then every time you open the file up, this mitigation one will open up if I want it to be. I think I have mine set it to my general GC one. Same with the closing statements here. Under loss here, you should always leave this blank. Resequencing line numbers, you want this on both print and complete. This way here, you're not sending over an estimate to somebody that says 1, 5, 12, 42, 367, 98, because one of the things that I know adjusters, some of the better adjusters will do, if you don't resequence your number, they can tell that you've been kind of all over the damn place. You didn't resequence it. It tells just how much you've been screwing around in the estimate, and like, oh, I forgot this and that and all. And it really can tell how good of an estimator you are if you're seeing all these random numbers there. It tells how much you've really worked on trying to do the estimate. And it seems like a little silly thing, but it also just gives a better product when everything's just in a perfectly lined order. Under your pricing tab here, and if I go too fast, someone just wake up and say, slow the hell down. Under the pricing tab here, everybody should have this automatically set to property zip code matching. This, whenever you're writing an estimate, the insurance company is going to make you work on the estimate price list based on location of the home. So even if you're 2 hours away, if that's a different price list, the insurance is going to expect you to work on that local price list, because you're probably using local contractors. You're probably going to go to the local store to buy materials if you need to, and they will fight you very hard if you're using a 2 hour away price list or something. And all this will do is every time you open the estimate up, when you put in a new zip code, it'll just make sure you're matching it to the right zip code. And it's also a great way to ensure you're not using an old price list. I actually had a gentleman last year who was talking about how he was having really big troubles trying to get his money. And he was like, I would just feel like I'm losing money. He was using the same price list for had been using the same price list for the last 3 years because he thought it auto updated, and it does not. You have to download it every month. And it really hurt my heart when I saw that. This is where you can automatically apply your overhead and profit. So that way there, you don't have to punch it in every single time. I rather have it on and forget to turn it off than to forget to turn it on. Cumulative overhead and profit. This is a preference for everybody.
No one does that. No one does that. Don't do it. It's not worth the fight.
I don't know if you want to know what cumulative is your profit 10% is based on the total estimate with the overhead included in, and then it's 10%. So you get a little bit more than 10 and 10. I actually like it, but
Well, I like the idea of it, but it's just not worth the fight.
Yeah. Calculation options. I tell everybody, turn your labor minimums off. Your labor minimums are supposed to be like,
speaking of, I need to turn that off.
Your labor minimums are supposed to be like, I only have one thing plumbing related on my estimate for a plumber to do. It was to detach a toilet. Your labor minimum is going to make sure to give you enough money for that plumber to come out there and work. But a lot of times, especially if you're not changing your labor trades or your labor minimums within the estimate when you write them, you're going to have a bunch of them turned on that, for water jobs, you might have electrical, HVC, plumbing, demo, a bunch of different labor minimums that don't apply because that's all being done by your restoration team and you got to turn them off. It's easier to turn them on than to turn them off. So you want to do that there under the pricing. Under sketch tab here, if you are a big roofer guy, or if you do a lot of exterior work, I recommend turning on the add exterior level. This will give you make you a special tab every time you open a file up that has the exterior, so you can place your roof, your siding on your sketch easier. And that's something if anyone wants me to show later on, I can. Show labels, show measurements. A lot of the other stuff here is all preference here. If you do not have a high-end computer and you're getting a lot of times, I'm sure many of you know what the red X of death is. It's because your 3D Classic is probably set to textured. Set this to Classic for when you're writing your estimate. And if you are a fan like I am, like for example, this is what textured looks like. This is what Classic looks like. Classic doesn't have as much computer power for me to like sketch out with, but then when I'm done writing it in Classic, if I want to take a screenshot of that kitchen to show in my estimate, I'll turn the texture on then, and then I can do Shift V and save a view of this kitchen here for my paperwork. But if you're having a lot of errors and it's crashing a lot, it's because you're always operating in textured and your computer is just having a heart attack. A lot of these settings here on your preferences should be defaulted by fine. You don't really need to mess with any of these here. Under your calculations, if you're a roofer and you do a lot of roof jobs, especially if you're doing importing through EagleView, I recommend turning to include your start or to hang on, let me think here. Include these three on there. So when you do your RFG 300, it'll include starter course, hip bridge, and cab if you need it to, and you can turn it off. That way there, you're just not accidentally forgetting it at times. In the Midwest here, we do close cut valleys. So I'll set that up there. And then I want my note to do roof waste. And what that will do is, for example, here's my roof here. If I do RFG 300S square, no, I'm on the wrong folder. That's why. If I do this here, see how it automatically generates a note, and this note says I can't edit this note. So so it says auto calculated with 3.8% waste. It's close cut. And right now these are all turned off, so no and no. I can go in here to my auto calculation though and say I want to include the starter course. and hit OK, and that note will automatically update to say yes. This is this also helps some of you guys if you are doing roofs where hip and ridge cap is only included on 3 tabs. It is not ever. It can be included on 3 tab, but it cannot be included in anything else.
Cool. All right, let's get back to Matterport here.
Do I give you? Let me stop share.
Here we
If
go.
you guys have questions on that later on, let me know. I'll help you guys out some more.
Let's share the screen again. So let's talk about the hallway here. We're in the hallway. This is where gonna make this. I don't want to go that big with it, but all right. Just bear with me. Here's this hallway. This is where we got into. Okay, what are we gonna do with this floor? I want to call this out. I want to call this specific section out and make it very easy for the homeowner, the insured, and the adjuster to look at what I want them to look at. So within Matterport, I hit the button, hit the letter U, and it brings up the link. This link changes. The address of this link changes depending on wherever I'm pointing the camera. So if I copy this link right here, it's going to bring us right into this Matterport. So I copy it. I'm going to come in here and insert a note. I have a note template. I should have a note template. I guess I don't. We can create one. So, room scan. And we can describe what we're looking at. 2 layers of finished floor. That's it. And hit close. So when we come back out and we print this thing, we go down to our hallway, main level, garage, hallway. Look right there. That link is live. When I click that link, yes, allow, magically, it goes exactly where I was pointing. That's one of the main selling points for me in Matterport is that I can repeatedly throughout this estimate force the adjuster to go look at what I want them to see. Now you have folks like State Farm who say they can't open outside links and whatever bullshit. But your homeowner can, and yeah, the jury sure can. So it's all about making just walking these people through this and making it really hard to miss the damages that you're trying to point out. So I like to link up every single room I'm working in. Yeah, when I'm doing this estimate, I'll come in here, I'll do another U. Oh, I can do it here, I guess. I can do it here, but I can also do it here. And so this is my living room. I copy this. Come back over to my estimate. This thing's moving much faster today. I'm going to copy this. Oh, shoot. Now I have, all right, I got a little out of order. Copy. Pay. Oh, crap. Okay. Sorry, my coffee hasn't quite kicked in yet. I copied the note, but now I've got to fix the link. So I come back over here into Matterport, hit copy, and update that link. There we go. And yeah, it mentioned something, contents to be packed out, whatever you want to mention in there.
High roof.
Flooring to be replaced. High ceiling over. It's over 14 feet, right? I think. Yeah, whatever. It's just telling a really good story. We are storytellers. When we're writing estimates, we are storytellers. Not only are we documenting what we see, but we need to tell a story in a definitive way. Okay, so that's my main thing with Matterport. I also like the ability to you can get a floor plan here. You can get the ESX file right here, the sketch files. We imported those yesterday for this particular project. This cost me for this project $389. And some are like, man, that's a lot of money. But when you think about how long it would have taken you or me to sketch this, $389 doesn't feel like a lot, because I probably could have done this in an hour, probably 2 hours if I was going to get all the windows in. That's just a function of time. So 2 hours of my time is about $389, right? But I could do it. It's not necessarily about the money. For me, it's about opportunity cost. What else can I be doing with my time while the machine or Matterport or somebody else does this sketch? I can be out selling. I can be out doing quality control. I can be mentoring and coaching. It's opportunity costs, and each one of us has has that cost that we need to calculate into whatever we're doing in any given day. Is this the highest, best use of our time? And if it's not, can I delegate this task to a machine or to somebody else who charges less than I do by the hour, and get it done while I do something else that's a higher, best use of my time? So Matterport is not the cheapest option. There are free options. One of those options is Canvas. It's an app that is free. But let's stay on the subject of sketching for a moment, shall we? I'm just going to add a new level here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. If you can get a drawing, if you can get a 2D drawing, a floor plan, you can import that floor plan into Xactimate using what's called image underlay. And I want to walk you through what that looks like. Now I got to think in my head, where is a good 2D floor plan?
Get one from InCircle.
You can get those from InCircle. You can get those
So right now, Encircle is giving you just the floor plan itself.
for $29.
But in the future, starting here real soon, they're actually going to be able to give you an ESX file, much like Hub.
Very soon. Very soon. I'm just going to see if there's okay. I'm just going to download this from a different job. Download to my desktop so I can go get it. Open that. Extract. Okay. And it's Xactimate doesn't like PNG files, unfortunately. So I come in here and I save as a JPEG on my desktop. Okay. Anderson. Oh, it's already there somewhere. Interesting. I might have done this once or twice before. Okay, so image underlay works like this. Go to options, you're in your sketch tab, options, import, image underlay. Then you go find it. I put it on my desktop so I could find it easier. Opening that sucker up. This window comes up. Hopefully you guys can still see it. I like to make this as big as possible so I have as much room to work with. And the first thing you do is set the scale. You tell Xactimate what the scale of this picture is. And so I find a measurement that's easy to discern. That one looks good.
I recommend finding the longest run measurement. It just
Yeah,
makes
I like to do that too.
like the living
Yeah,
room
so
there.
let's figure. But
Sometimes-
sometimes, like the living room,
Like
which
that big-
one's your 25/6? This one or that one?
Valid.
I
If
think
you-
it's the 25/6 is probably this one to that one, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So the
That or
point,
find where your bathtub is, because that's always 5 foot.
the point is, the reason we pick our longer measurement is so we're trying to eliminate as much error as possible in our measurement. So these floor plans come, you get click and they end there and click right there. And then you put in 25.5. And then my scale is set and I hit OK. And then this image is under my sketch. And then I just start laying my rooms. So let's see how well we did. Well, let's just do the living room. Okay. So I hit R. Bring that sucker in there.
Hit you real quick, Andy. Makes your life easier.
Hit U.
Yep.
What do you mean U?
Hit the U key. No, not you. I'm sorry. You're gonna hit the Shift O. Hit Shift O.
Shift O. Oh, so you can outline. Okay.
So you can see so you can see the sketch below.
I usually start here and then I go here because then I can't find my room again sometimes because it just disappears into lines. But as you guys can see, this measurement here is 25/6, and it's exactly what we measured that room to be. So we set our scale properly, and then we just trace this entire thing, and it's automatically to scale. We put our breaks in here, and I don't have to measure anything else. I'm just copying what they gave us. So all these programs that give you a 2D file, a 2D room layout. Oh, yeah, right. Outline view.
The biggest thing I will tell you, if you're doing this, whether or not you're using a floor plan or if you're doing a screen grab or whatever, pay attention to how thick the black walls are. If you look, the interior walls of this house are all 4 inches. That's why your boxes are lined up. But the exterior walls,
The exterior is 6 inches.
are
Yep.
6 inches, and or like in the kitchen there's that big bulkhead partial wall there that looks like it's probably a 10-inch wall there. You want to make sure you are adjusting your wall thicknesses, or else your sketch won't ever add up right, and you'll be like, what's going on?
Yeah. And you get, this is not exact science. You can see this is coming in at 2'11", and the underlying image says 2'10". I don't care. I think this is probably closer to 3 foot, but it is a mobile home. Yeah, it's a manufactured home. And then you just go. And what I like about doing it this way is this is a reminder that, oh, there's a window here. I can visually see my openings. Oh, there's a door there. There's a door there. There's a door there. This wall doesn't exist. There's a door here. And it allows me to very quickly just visually see I'm covering everything. Here's my window here. Here's my window here. I know this is a door here. So anyway, that's image underlay. Would you like me to go through that whole process of the image underlay one more time?
You want to show them how to do it from just, if you don't want it, from just the screen grab from the dollhouse mode?
That's yeah, that's next level stuff. So let's come into, let's do it with our space here. Let's do it with our actual space. So if you're super cheap and you don't want to even pay for, if you don't want to even pay for the floor plan, you can do it like this. So you can come in here and take a picture. What I like to do, you bring in your measurement, you do your measurement. I'm going to give myself a 20-foot. Of course, it's covering up. Okay. I guess it doesn't need to be exactly straight, does it? 20 feet. Boom. Okay, and I'm going to take a picture of this. Move this out of here. Where's my
You turned off your measurement tool when you hit the X.
turn off my what?
Your measurement tool.
I did, but that was intentional.
What
Okay,
I
where's-
recommend is, like, if you're doing it like this here and stuff.
Oh, I have to be in edit. That's right. I have to be in edit. Give myself a 20-footer. 20 foot. Done. And then I take a photo. Let's do a little bit bigger. And I say include measurements. And boom. There's my photo. I come back out. Get my photo. Download it. Maximum pixels. I don't care. Web, whatever. Accept. Come on. It's going to email me that. Ugh.
Andy.
What?
I'm gonna save your life here again one more time. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna steal from you real quick here, Andy. All right, guys, look, a little bit easier way to do it here. Get your floor plan like you want it to. Get your dollhouse view like
You're
you
going to do a
want.
screenshot. I just don't think it's not as clean.
Doing a screen grab like this, and you're done. And then even if
Yeah, but you don't know your scale.
Well, I can go into the sketch itself and find out, like on this here, I can say, I can find out like this room.
Fine.
But
Yes, you can. Yes, you
It
can.
it saves you a little bit of time.
So
Come
do
on.
your screen grab. Yeah. And let's just do that. Let's let me come back in here. There's my screen grab. Oh, come on, machine. It did not like that. How come it didn't let me do that? All right, we're getting diminishing returns here. Anyway, so you do your screen grab, import it the same way you did into Xactimate, and set your scale using that photo. I wish I could.
It should be under your It should be under your photos, screenshots.
Yeah. There it is twice. Okay, so now we have to go back and forth in our sketch to find a scale. So let's use the living room. Or the let's use the entry. (10'7". Okay. So come back in here. Set my scale. Here and here. 10,7. There's my scale. Hit OK. And then I start doing the same thing. It's a little bit, it's ugly. It doesn't look good, and it sometimes can be confusing. Sometimes Matterport doesn't do it right, but I can still come in here, start laying my rooms over the top of it. Right there, 10'7", and it matches. And you do the same tracing.
And if you leave the underlayment in when you print it off, your sketch will be shown over top of it.
Yep.
And
yeah. Sometimes I delete it just because it saves on file size. But there you have it. That is image underlay. Okay, I've covered that. I think we have beaten that dog to death. Here we go. Or horse or whatever. Here we go. Here we go. And get rid of that level. Okay. Let's just keep moving down the road. Let's see. I want to show you guys how to copy from another estimate. This is going to come in handy when if you have an estimate, if you have an estimate that you really like, I like how it oops, wrong button. Sorry, Stephen, I didn't mean to ask you to unmute there. If you like, you write a mitigation and you really like how you laid it out, you like all the items you used, and you're like, man, I like every single mitigation I do to look exactly like this or have the same items. You can have a template file, a template estimate that you use just to copy from. And let me just show you what that looks like. Coming to my other Xactimate here. And I have a mitigation sample estimate that I use here. Or maybe it's just a room that you don't want to re-sketch again, or a roof you don't want to redraw again. That's a terrible example. Let me find something a little bit better. Here's a mitt. Come on. So maybe you don't want to redraw this kitchen again. You're like, I want to reuse this kitchen. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to select the whole thing because it's already got dehumidifiers and more than that, it's been sketched already. Maybe I just want to change some things and whatever. This big island, it's going to give you fits, but whatever. So I'm going to copy that entire room. I select the room, hit Control C. I come over to my other estimate, Control V, and look at that. It's there. And not only is it there, it brought over, come on. It brought over all the line items I had in that room. Why are these not calculated by floor area? Whatever. Now I'm critiquing somebody else's work here. I didn't write this other estimate. That is as easy as it gets. You find what you want in that you've already done in another estimate, and you go into Sketch, you copy it and paste it. You can also copy and paste from interior rooms in your line item view if you want. I can come in here and I like all this here. I'm just going to copy that, come over to my other estimate, and paste it. And I'm going to allow all the duplicates because it's the same room. And just so you know, if you wonder how I'm switching back and forth, it's Alt Tab, Alt Tab, Alt Tab, and you just tab through whatever. That is all right. I'm going to close this, hopefully not save it. Please don't save it. Okay. That is copying. I mean, it's I do it surprisingly a lot because I do have some estimates that I'm like, man, I really hit it out of the park. I really like how I did that estimate. I'm just going to copy that entire estimate over, or I'm just going to copy that whole room over. So just keep that in mind as you're going through life. Like, if you can remember the estimates you were working on, and like, oh, I like how I treated that particular item or that particular issue, just go copy it and paste it. It does require the desktop version. You can't do it, to my knowledge, in Xactimate Online. But it's the the desktop version of Xactimate allows you to have two different files open at the same time, which allows you to Alt Tab between the two. Okay, let's get that. Okay, let's talk about. Let's back up a little bit more. Let's come to our checklist. Remember what I said? Follow the plan, stick to the plan. Here I am bouncing all over the place. Let's find the checklist. Checklist is linked up it's in the folder, the class resources folder, but it's also right here. Stick to the plan. Open that sucker up over here. How we doing so far? We're losing anyone yet? We're an hour in. Okay. Here it is. I want you guys to pull this up on your own side. I'm going to go start a coffee here. So let's take a 3.5 minute break. Do a little show and tell while my coffee is brewing over here. This is the Matterport Pro 2 camera. Big, needs a tripod, takes a long time. This is a Ricoh Theta Z or V. No, this is a V1. It's old, but you can do Matterport with this. It's quick. It's very user-friendly, light, easy to pack around. If I'm getting on an airplane and I know I'm not doing a whole bunch of big spaces, but I'm doing Matterport scans, I'm taking this sucker.
Everybody be aware when it comes to Matterport. There's two main plans. There's the regular plan, which is $10 a month, and then there's a professional plan, which is like $65 a month. If you have a Theta or a 360 camera, like what Andy just showed, you can have the $10 a month plan, and you can still do the floor plan or the Xactimate True Sketch.
Yep.
If you have a Pro 2, you are required to have the $65 a month professional account to use that camera in your scanning services. You can also use your iPhone, Androids, iPads to do scanning, but if you use a mobile device such as those, you can only get a floor plan sketch. You cannot get the True Sketch, even if you have like a professional iPad with LiDAR on it. The mobile devices do not allow you to have True Sketches.
Yep. But if you've got a iPhone Pro, you can do Matterport with an iPhone Pro. They've got a tripod attachment. I think it's called the Axis. I had one until I gave it away. Somebody stole it. I don't remember. And I've done more than one scan with just this phone. So 100 different ways to do it.
I mean, I recommend if you have a bunch of water techs that are notorious for breaking the shit, let them use the phone to do like initial scans, and then you come back in with a better high grade camera to do your post scans. But it's highly recommended. Like every property should at least have 2 scans before any demo's done, after demo's done. I make my guys, like I said, day 1, at the end of day 1 with equipment set up. If they don't do any more demo, that's it. They're done. But if on day 2 or 3 they do additional demo, they do a second scan, a third scan then. And then I usually, personally, I'll go in at the end of the job on the start of the recon project when I meet the homeowner, and I'll scan it with my Pro 2. So that way there I have, before, during mitigation, after they left, and all. And it lets you minimize notes. B, it makes you be able to CYA your company, so the Miss Homeowner can't say, they scratched my fridge. Look, that scratch was on there from the very first day we showed up here, guys. It's a really good way to protect your business.
On the smaller camera, how quick is it compared to the Pro 2, like the Ricoh Theta X?
It
Super
spins
quick.
faster.
Okay, so for terms of like smaller projects, it really makes sense too. Like it's like I always hate to bring the Matterport, the big one, for a small project because you feel like you waste time.
Yeah, it's you've got to take probably three or four as many pictures. Like some rooms with the Pro 2 camera, I'm taking 3 scans, I'm done. But with the Theta, with the 360 camera, I've got to do 6 scans, 6 pictures in that same room to capture that space. Because what the 360 camera doesn't have is the lasers to find itself in space. And that's the advantage of the Pro 2 is extremely precise, where the Theta is relying on LiDAR and optics to infer your measurements instead of actually measuring your measurements. So there's a time and a place. Like I said, if I'm doing big commercial or a hotel or an apartment or even a big house, this one we're looking at here, I said I'm going to do this with the Pro 2 just because I want to be able to get through it in an efficient way, and it would have taken actually twice as long with the 360 camera because you have to take twice as many pictures. But so the Pro 2, you set it down, you walk out of the way, you hit spin, it takes 14 seconds, you go back and you move it. Where the 360 camera, you walk out there, you set it, you get out of the way, you click it, done, you go back. It's like it takes longer to get out of the camera view and hit the button than it does for it to actually take the picture. It just happens instantaneously. Click, click, and you start and you move it.
One thing you might look into on that is on the Ricoh cameras, typically it will take a picture from one side and then the other. So all you have to do is just move around, stand behind it. It takes a half a picture. You move around and it takes the other half of the picture. It doesn't do both at the same time. At least that's what I do. I don't have to walk out of the room. So there's two cameras, one on either side, and it'll take a picture from camera one, and then it'll give you about a 5-second delay, and you just walk around the tripod, and then it takes a picture from camera 2.
5 seconds.
So you don't have to leave the room. Well, you can set it, but the point is you don't have to leave the room. You can still be out of the shot because it only takes half of the fisheye at a time.
Ah, I did not know that. Okay.
And for any of you guys that use like DocuSketch, both are good products, but I will say, as from a estimator standpoint, I much prefer Matterport because within the scans we can physically measure things out, and like you see, Andy tracking wall measurements. If you're trying to figure out, how much square footage drywall or something that was taken out in a weird cut, you can measure that all within the program. DocuSketch does not give you that.
Yeah.
So
DocuSketch, Company Cam, the Canvas, these other cheaper alternatives are just less interactive.
The good news is, though, is if you're using DocuSketch, you can use the same cameras with Matterport. You don't have to buy new hardware. It's just a software change.
And I've used the iPhone camera, the Pro 2 camera, and a 360 camera on the same job. So that space will take your data from anywhere. So I should be a commissioned salesperson for Matterport, but I'm not. All right, I'm back. I got my warm coffee. I'm ready to rock and roll. Here we go. All right, we got our checklist up. We're gonna assume these things are done. Assign the estimator, blah, blah, blah. Estimate setup. Let's just go in there and start there. I'm gonna bring this. Let's close this for a second. So we can share a screen here. Oh, move these videos. No, let's move these videos right there-ish. Nope. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna move them over here. There we go. Estimator's already done. It's going to be me. I like to put the claim rep in if I know it. Do I know it on this one? No, I don't. So I can't put the claim rep in. Deductible is in parameters. No, coverage loss. Put the claim number. Let's go find the claim number. There's my claim number. Company header. I've got mine already ready to go, but this job is actually Linneus. So I'm just going to double click that. Create the header here, by hitting in this right here, you hit add, put in your code. Put in your address, phone maybe, CCB number maybe, and then you put in your image, and that is, it's going to be a JPEG, but that is as easy as that gets. Okay, opening statement. Let's talk about it. I put these 3 and more in the class resources. I think it's important that the opening statement tells the story of the loss and sets the tone, not just for the homeowner, but for the adjuster. So I want you guys to look through the opening statements, read through them, experiment with them, figure out what works for your business the best, and then use it. I'm going to show you this opening statement here. Talks about how our price list, talks about the homeowner's rights. This one, we put in the risk scan, right? I'm a huge fan of putting that number, the sum grand total. This is a token. Once again, tokens can be reached with this T here, and you can get any, if there's any data at all in Xactimate, you can quote it. You can bring it over. You just look around. You know, if I do grand total, there it is. Summary grand total. If I want estimator project name. Nope. Where's my estimator name? There it is. Estimator name. Maybe we want to put at the end of this the estimator. Use a token, estimator, estimator name. Maybe I want to put right after that estimator's phone number or email. Let's do email. Hey. And then phone number. Cell phone. As easy as that. Then I can save this. If I like what I'm doing here, I can save this as a note template. Let's make sure it's formatted correctly. I don't want that link in there twice, so I'm just going to delete that. I like using this statement. This is not a negotiable document. This is not a laundry list, Mr. and Mrs. Insured. This is just an estimate. This is a claim settlement tool. Quantities in this estimate are for estimating purposes only, are not guaranteed to be accurate. All right. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want to telegraph to your client and the adjuster, put it in here. I like this, so I can save and exit. That's not going to save it. All the changes I made are not saved as an opening statement per se. So I'm going to go here, save this note as STR opening, and I'm going to put today's date. Oh my God, it's 9/1/23. I cannot believe it. And hit OK. So in the future, instead of coming here and trying to find an opening statement I like, now, since I just did what I did, can I select all? Yes, I can. I can come into a blank opening statement and load that template. STR. Opening 9-1. And look at this. Boom. There's my opening statement again. I like doing it that way more than trying to save an opening statement, because if I wanted to do that whole thing again, I'd have to add, paste. Oh, whoops. And see, it just gets cumbersome. So save it as a note template, not a opening statement template. Make your life easier. And then closing statement, I usually include the O&P. What is and isn't included in Xactimate pricing. Sometimes I'll include some other stuff, but you need to figure out what works best for your company, what you want to telegraph, what you want to say on every single estimate. So, all right, we got opening statement, company header, opening statement. Now we go to our price list. We've chosen our price list. This is a custom price list that I've made for Oregon. It is the first of the month, folks, so it's time to download your new price list. If you're using a custom price list, publish your price list and use those. Would you like me to review that real quick, or you guys got it covered? All right, I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, we're on step 5 over here. Let's stick to the plan, apply O&P. That's been done. Boom, boom. Price list default right here. What does this mean? That means when you start putting items in, is it going to default to, what's it going to default to? So when I'm doing repairs, after I've done mitigation, oftentimes I'll come in here and change the price list default to replace. So it's not remove and replace, it's just replace, because I know the demo has already been done, the mitigation's already been done, the stuff's already been removed. This particular file we're working on today, that demo hasn't been done. You know, very few, there's some drywall work, some insulation work in the garage that has been done. So we can make those replace only as we go. But the rest of this estimate is going to be R&R. So we're going to change that. We're going to just leave this as price list default. Okay, general conditions. Let's come in here. Estimate items, general conditions. Let's wipe this sucker out and start from scratch. I invite you to create your own general conditions macro. STR. General conditions 8/29/23. That feels pretty recent. Here we go. Once again, if you don't know how to make a macro and you didn't import any macros, you get all the items you want to use, you put them here, you select the first one, you select the last one, and you hit save macro. And you just go through the motions. Cancel. Okay, you'll notice my favorite 4 items, 4, 5, 6 items. Job site supervision, project management, drive time is key, general and progressive cleanup, 3D scanning fee, and sketching fee. And then the rest is we can come and go as we please. When we're first doing this, I put a 0 in here.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask a quick question?
You sure can.
you have 7 quantities for the sketching and the 3D scanning fee. What is that?
That
I know what
was
that is, but the quantities, I'm just kind of curious. How do you?
that was an artifact from the estimate that I was working on when I created the macro was actually 7 buildings in an apartment complex.
Oh, okay, so you charge them for each unit. Okay.
Yeah, I charge them for each building. But
Okay, makes total sense.
this one we're entering these things usually as a 0, 0 or a 1. So we're just setting our general conditions so we know they're in there. We're going to come back when we're done writing this estimate today and fill in the blanks. Okay, so I got general conditions, using a macro, and I've got number 8, add photos. This is an artifact from an older way of doing things. I'm not a fan of adding photos to Xactimate. I think their photos whole module is cumbersome and borderline useless. I would rather get my photo report from whatever program I'm using and create that PDF and then attach it to the estimate PDF estimate as after I print it. So yeah, you can add photos here by loading images. You can have photos, load images, and you can bring them all over from your whatever job. Let's see if I have any photos in this job.
I see. I like to just like if you use like Company Cam, or if you use Encircle PDF photos and stuff, embed it as a matter tag into the Matterport scan at your home at the home start location of the scan.
Yep.
So that way there that you don't have to send over the extra file size.
Yep. Yeah, and there's no photos in here. So we'll do that photo report later. But this is where you do it. You load the images, and then I like to, all the images are going to come into this folder called unassigned, and then it's up to you to drag them into their specific rooms. I like to do that when I'm doing that, when I'm using a photo module in Xactimate. Okay, coming down. Okay, yeah, photos labeled by room. I got it. Create the sketch, and we've done that, right? We did that yesterday because we cheated and we got our sketch built for us. We had to do some creativity yesterday because we had to imagine what this room looked like because we didn't scan it when we were on the job site. But we do it once over, and I like, why isn't this? This is a storage room. I thought I renamed this already today, but whatever. Okay. It's got different, why is there a different ceiling height? Let's come back into our scan. Where's our scan? Oh, there it is. Oh, Matterport picked up on that little soffit. I guess there is a little bit of a different ceiling height in there. Good catch, Matterport. Good catch. So that's an HVAC chase or something. So I just want to make sure that it is. Interesting. No, this is a subgroup. Okay, so you see how it had a different ceiling height, so it made it a different room, but it didn't attach it to the main room. So this is its standalone room. It's probably just the people in India who did this for Matterport just didn't know any better. But we do. So this is a subgroup of storage area room. And we can show the label or not. So this is what it looks like when you show the label. See that label comes up right there. But if it's a sub room, in this case, there's no sense in showing that label. Okay, let's look at the rest. I'm just going to go briefly through. Oh, I didn't catch that on day one. This is open. But since there was a TV there, we can see that in our scan. Matterport didn't pick up on that, actually, that hole there. So let's just delete and bring this room where it needs to be. There we go. Let's just keep going through here and make sure we don't have any of these other artifacts. Okay, that looks good. See, I'm just highlighting things to make sure there's no weird. So I think we fixed this yesterday. We called this as a sub room of the hallway. Yep, subgroup of the hallway. Okay. And then level 2. All right, let's see how it treated this. Oh, see, this is a subgroup of office. And so is this one. Office. So what does subgroup do? It includes all the measurements of that space in with that room. Otherwise, you've got to copy all the line items you're doing in this room over to that room, which is a pain in the ass. And it's just not accurate. Okay, looks like the rest of this is okay. Okay. Back to our list. Sketch or input from sketch service. Okay. Image underlay we went through earlier today. Now we're finally step 10, estimate writing, input scope into Xactimate. Now, Bobby said that she emailed that scope over to me today. So let's go. There it is. Let's see how those look. All right, this is, oh, she did print them out. Good for you, girl. Way to go. All right. Here's all our scope notes. This is going to go really quick then. Bring those into my job folder. And maybe let's just put them there. Scope 1 and document 1. Fine. Okay. And one of the things I really like about Streak, my CRM, is all the emails related to that file. I connect to that file. So I connect it and I can come in here. This is all the emails. This is all the files. Much like Accelerate, Cleaner guys, you guys it's a similar setup in Accelerate, except for those emails in Accelerate are just hard to navigate, in my opinion, and the files. I do not like I wouldn't use this CRM as a file storage place. I'm always going to have actual digital. Sorry. I'm going to have my file folders. I'm never getting away from that. Okay, so we
Andy,
got our
we use
scope.
we have a file server in our office, and we build a file system very, very similar to what you do. But
Okay.
every time documents go through the email, Accelerate automatically sees that attachment and adds it to the document section of Accelerate. And it is a mess. We actually talk about it often, and navigating emails and replies and forwards and multiple replies, and the strings get longer and longer and longer. It does get to be a mess, and Accelerate needs to fix that.
Yeah, it does. So that also means that you guys aren't sharing those digital files with us. We need to get a link to those things, because there's been some times where I wanted to see all the files, and I didn't know they existed anywhere else besides Accelerate. So, side note there.
Yeah, we can tune that up a little bit.
Okay. Where was I? Okay, let's pull up the scope. Mm-hmm. Okay, we started in the garage. And this is where we start just rocking and rolling, folks. Estimate items, garage. First thing we're going to do is import our macro. Which one we decided was our favorite one? Yeah. Okay, start it here. Contents. Insert. And let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. Yeah, we're going to throw some out. Like I said, Bobby is much better at the content side of things. Let's just throw some hours at it. Let's throw some hours at it. Let's do 16 hours. Okay, I'm just going to keep going down the list here. APP, RF, RS, APP, freezer, RS. Not built-in freezer. Freezer, remove and reset. Okay. If you can't find something, search is your friend. Search for everything. No one has all 30,000 line items in Xactimate memorized. You will forget things. We do have this handy dandy reminder on the right hand side if you're using the actual profile. But if you don't, search is your friend. So if I didn't know where that freezer was, I'm going to go look for freezer. I'm going to go figure out which one of these items means what I was trying to say. And search is that's just the way you learn. That's the way you learn. Okay, shelving on ceiling. That shelving. Oh, first we got to get our let's insert here. We got to get our room note in here, right? Oh, I didn't save that room note. Well, I'm gonna solve that problem right now. Room scan. And we're going to tell a story. Water came from above. Drywall and insulation damaged. And I'm going to save this. There's a handy dandy button, save note, and room note with link. Let's just call it that. There we go. Okay, let's keep going down. Oh, we're on the shelving on the ceiling. Let's put that on the ceiling. Let's just come down here. Is there detach and reset shelving? Let's look at it. Hanging shelf. Let's see if Xactimate can come up with something like that. Probably not. Okay. There is shelving, detach and reset. And it wants measurements. Let's take a guess. We got 10 foot. We got 12 foot. We got 12 foot. 12, 12, 10. So 24, 34. How much time did I spend agonizing over what the precise measurement was? Very little. Once again, I am not falling in love. I'm not the butcher falling in love with the meat. I am trimming it, packing it, and getting it out the door. And that is what we're about here. All right, we got our shelving, and we're moving to our floor section. So come in here. Okay, fine. Hit insert on walls. That gets me there. What do we have here? DNR 2 steps. Stair treads. Is there a detach and reset stair tread? Maybe. Let's try that. Let's see if there's a detach and reset function. Detach and reset. Stair tread. Each. How many were there? 3? 2. Okay. We got to carpet those steps because I don't think that carpet's going to make it. So FCC STP step. And then FCZAV. And how many square foot you think that was? Two foot 4, 3 foot 8 times 2. Good enough. Okay. Oh, Bobby had it as clean FCC. I'm just going to replace it. And then the rest of this floor, CLN, F. This is actually concrete floor. Let's go CNC, clean the concrete floor. And then let's mask it. DMO. Not that, not self-adhesive. Which is paper there. All right, walls. Insert DRY. She has 5/8, but I think the walls are going to be half. Half-inch minus. Everyone catching up? Feel free to get your questions in here because we're just a bunch of data entry at this point. Okay, where's my measurement? Oh no, I've already got that in here, don't I? We already measured that. Here it is. It's right here. Forgot we did that yesterday. So we just dragged this line item up here. But we want to make this half-inch minus. And then we're going to texture it, DRYTX. We're going to use that same measurement, 59.88. But then we're going to skim the walls, aren't we? We're going to skim half the walls. We're going to skim a quarter of the walls. And then we're going to texture that. And then we're going to paint them. Oh. Oh, craptastic. And we're going to do walls minus walls divided by 4. That gets us all that. Patch J. Do we need a patch J there? Probably. Patch J. And down to about 8 linear feet on that one. We already have patch J there, but we know that was for the ceiling yesterday. We got our casing. Okay, wait a minute. There it is. Let's do 17 linear feet. Trying to stain that opening. Sealant paint, sealant paint. Where's my stain? Where's my stain opening? What? Oh, for crying out loud. I know there's one in there. Where's stain opening? Does it exist? Maybe it's just staying, there is no opening, but there is casing. Okay. Okay, we're not going to spend all day on this because we got what, 2 hours? Okay. Paint, mask. Okay. I'm starting to lose my enthusiasm for doing this whole complete thing because I think you guys get the point. We don't have electric. We don't have that. If you want to make it look a little more fancy, you take your trim stuff out here, move it up in here to millwork, trim, finish. Let's get rid of doors and windows.
Can I ask a question, Andy?
Yeah.
So I've seen lots of people do their estimate. So I'm here more for philosophy, not so
Sure.
much data entry, because I've been
Yeah.
doing Xactimate for
Right.
25 years. So I've seen lots of people do estimating like this, where you bold out the sections and separate things in the estimate. I've never one time ever written an estimate like that myself personally. What's
Okay.
the benefit? What are you trying to accomplish by doing it that way?
Makes it very easy to read. And if you do it this way, every room is going to read in the same order, in the same way. Where if we've got how many different line items here? There's a ton. I need to reorder them. But if they're all just blocked together, it's hard for what we're not writing it for ourselves. We're writing it for somebody else to read and understand. And this helps them understand our thought process. So we are telegraphing, this is how we do things. This is the order of operations as we see it. And if you have them bolded out, especially like floor, for instance, I can go to every single room and go directly to, okay, what do we have for the floor? Because if I'm an adjuster, I'm going to go back to, well, what did we agree to on our scope for the floor? And so we're making it, we don't want to make these estimates a treasure hunt, right? We don't want to make it hard for them to go find stuff. We want to make it very obvious. So that's why we do it. It's very obvious. What are our floor items? They're right there in the floor section. What are our ceiling items? They're right there in the ceiling. And that way, if, especially when adjusters say, well, you don't have to paint the ceiling. Well, this calls it out. We're painting the ceiling. All that stuff got put down there. And it forces that conversation with the homeowner and the adjuster. Because in our opinion, the ceiling has to be painted. And instead of hiding those items in this big old long undifferentiated list, we have bolded them out and we've separated them out so we can have an individual conversation about each single section if we need to.
Okay, thanks.
The only comment I'd add to that, I actually used to write it like this, and I still do occasionally. You cannot sort by categories, because if you ever sort by categories, it'll jumble everything up together. So just caution if any of you guys ever sort.
You can't sort by category?
What
Yes, you
it'll
can.
do if you select all of them.
There you go. See what I did?
Right.
The thing is, though, is you don't want to sort it by category because, like, for example, you might have to do some cleaning, like clean FPS, clean the floor for the floor insulation, but that's going to be at a different time than when you do the final cleaning, or if it's a structure clean, you're cleaning the light because of the smoke, and then later on you have your replacements or your things like that there. You want it to read almost in a story form, because remember, like, A homeowner's gonna look at it. They don't know what the hell they're looking at. They've never seen Xactimate before. It just looks like a whole bunch of hodgepodge to them.
Mhm.
The adjusters, the quicker they can read it and the quicker they can review it, the quicker the money gets sent out to you. And organizing it, and I organize it kind of like Andy does. I do it by top down, ceiling, walls, floors, trim, appliances, plumbing, electrical, final clean, blah, 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 blah. And I do it in order because not only that there, but it also helps you validate that some things that might be looked at as double charging. For example, DRY mask floor, and then I'm going to have P&T mask floor. Well, if I have them separated out, here's all your your drywall work, and then here's all your painting down here. I can justifiably say, look, drywall's being done on day one, on one day, painting's on another day. That's why they're in the system here, but they're at different points in time. And it just, like I said, it helps you validate and tell the story of what the project's going to be at.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, but actually, Andrew, what I just meant is if you would have resorted it by categories in here, it would have just put all the titles together and everything else. It would have made a huge mess out of it. I've made the mistake one time. So
I'm not entirely clear on what you're talking.
If you sort it by category within the single room itself.
You mean in here?
No, just like go down one line, just right there, right click.
What, here?
Just click anywhere in there.
anywhere,
Yeah. Just click right there, right
anywhere,
click,
yeah.
and then sort by category.
Sort by
That's
or
gonna make a
anything
mess.
per se. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I've done that one time. It screwed up everything. So we just tell everybody
Yeah.
to be careful not to do that.
I wouldn't try to do that inside the rooms, but I would definitely do it by selecting all these rooms, and then you can definitely sort by category.
Me personally, I'm a fan of doing top-down ceiling work, ceiling work, dry or wall, floors, doors, then all the painting together. I don't put all the painting on the ceiling together, but be aware, like, I mean, if you either do it like that or sort it out by the trade, because then it helps you justify things like, for example, say you're replacing flood-cutted drywall 2 foot, and you're going to do insulation replacement at 2 foot. Maybe your drywallers doing the installation at the same time. Well, they're grouped together in the same trade area there, and then you can adjust your trade values to reflect the drywaller installing the installation, and it helps just overall explain the story. Like I said, explain the story out a lot better.
Yeah, it does.
And,
all right,
Andrew, can I ask you a quick question? If you don't mind,
Sure.
for 1 second, what did you mean by selecting all the rooms? What exactly were you resorting by doing that?
I'm over here in the room
Wait.
tree, and I
Yeah.
select the first one, I select the last one,
Still us.
and I highlight them all, and then it comes up into this view, and I can just have this view, right? This is all the items in the entire estimate. Well, almost, because I didn't
gotcha.
select general conditions.
Okay.
But even this is like, mind-numbing to look at, right? But if I drag this category up here, it at least breaks them out by category, so we can have these conversations one by one.
All right. Out
And
of all the rooms combined.
Yep.
And if you do a lot of
Okay.
labor trade changes, sorting it like this here will allow you to go to like the first CLN line item. Like, let me look here, or like CL or there. I can change all that to maybe, the restoration tech doing it, and it'll apply it to all the rooms at one time.
Yeah,
That
so
is
let's
really cool.
let's just do that. Let's what's this cleaning? This is cleaning concrete floor. But let's just add CLNF just for fun. We're going to copy that, and I'm going to put CLNF in every room up to here. Just paste, and it's automatically there. Okay, so I can come into the kitchen and make any labor trade changes I want or whatever, and it's only going to change this line it's only going to change line 140 if I make any changes, change the description or whatnot. But if I come in back in here, select all the rooms I just pasted into, now I can select this, See this number is the quantity is 1,293. That is all these rooms combined. Now I can come in here and just type in whatever, change the description, let's change the price. Let's add $1 to that for market conditions, whatever, hit OK. And now that changed that. You see that description changed, turned green because it's showing it's different than the price list. This is different than the price list. That's why that's green. But now everywhere I go, that line item has been changed and only had to change it once. So
It's very helpful.
And I think
especially
also,
when you're talking about, if you got an adjuster and you get an argument over grade of carpet, right? And you've got FCC AV. I'm going to delete this so it doesn't corrupt my estimate too much. See, I just clicked the one line item and I deleted all from all the rooms. But let's do an FCC AV plus. Let's say we've got high grade carpet, right? And we've got FCC pad plus. You got high grade pad. And we've got this in every room. Let's just put it in every room. Copy. Paste. There it is. It's in every single room. Now, the adjuster wins the argument. That's not high grade. It's standard. It's average grade. Well, I could come in here and make this change about 100 times, or come back through, select all my things. Well, even if I have a room that I have other stuff in, that's fine. Let's select all the rooms. But I know globally I want to make that carpet change. So I come in here. All I gotta do is come in here and change that. Done.
and be aware you can even further sort that, like on that group there, Andy, next to your cat, slide up the action button as well.
ACT. Okay.
Slide that
Here.
up there as well. And now, like, you can see, here's how much I have just in removal. Here's how much I have in remove and replace. So, like, if you're like looking at like a roofing estimate, for example, you can see the difference between the removal and the put back easier.
Nice. I knew there was a reason I invited you, Joe. I've never done that before, but that makes a lot of sense. I like that.
This is very helpful because most of my sheets are like 500 to 1,000 lines.
Yep.
On average. So this alone was worth my time.
Yeah, and you're going to want to start making global changes to that. And yeah, this will help you a lot.
Appreciate it, guys.
Let's talk about multiple estimates. Let's talk about revisions. The first estimate that goes out obviously needs to be resequence all the line items. Right, it needs to be neat and clean and easy to read. But once you start making revisions and concessions, how do you treat those? And I am a big fan of, if we come back to round two, I am no longer going to be working off that original estimate. My nomenclature at Claims Delegates, we have MIT. We have a suffix at the end of our estimate description: MIT1, MIT2, MIT3. MIT is MIT, ABT, abatement, STR is my structural repairs. So all my first estimates are going to be STR1. Once we get into that negotiating spin, which inevitably happens every single one, I am no longer editing STR1. I'm making a copy of STR1. It turns into STR2, and then I go make those changes in STR2. But as I make those changes and I go to save that and send it and print it, I am no longer resequencing line items. I'll be changing some of my line items. I might be deleting some line items. More often than not, I'm not deleting line items. I'm marking them as deleted. I'll show you that right here. But I'm also adding line items. And as I'm adding line items, omissions or whatever else, changes to the scope of work, I want those to show up in the estimate where I put them, numbered with continued numbering. So let's, for example, we have 1,000 line items in your estimate. You make a copy of it. You're on STR2 now, and you're adding something. Well, you're going to add something to one of the first rooms, and those rooms, the room number is going to be item 1 through 10, for instance. For example, you add a line item in there. That line item is going to be item number 1001. I want that to stay that way because it's very easy to audit. And we can go through, maybe we should do an estimate audit while we're here, but that makes it very clear to, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but I approach every single project we do as if it's going to be read to a jury. So I want the jury to know that I added line item 1001 after we did our negotiations. Okay, let me show you.
Andy,
Let me show you that. What's that?
go into your show trick, and then I'm going to blow your mind and make everybody say, "What the is going?" This guy has too much time on his hands, because I'm going to make your life even better.
Okay, so let's say for some god awful reason, I'm actually gonna save and exit this because I want this. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Here we go.
So Andy, you said you don't make changes to the original estimate. You just make a copy in Xactimate. You make all your changes.
From this point forward, we're going to enter the negotiation stage. I want STR1 to stay pure. And so I'm going to come over here and make a copy of it. And it's going to be STR2. And then I come in here. And let's say this adjuster stomped his feet, jumped up and down and said, "You can reuse that pad." Oh my God, I've had that argument so many times. But we concede, or the homeowner concedes for some god-awful reason. All right? I'm going to come in here. We're going to reuse this pad. But I'm not going to just come in here and delete carpet pad. I'm not going to delete it, because I want it to show in perpetuity that we had it in there, but the adjuster made us remove it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to come here. I'm going to add a note. And I'm either going to say removed or adjuster deny. It's one of my favorite ones. And I hit OK. And you'll see this note shows up here, adjuster denied, 0. So this no longer applies to the total of my estimate, but that line item is still there. Now let's look at what that looks like when you print it out in PDF. And more than one time, more than a couple times, I've done this, sent it, and then I got a call from the adjuster supervisor and says, "We'll give you the pad and just take that out of your estimate." Because it looks terrible. What do you mean you're not replacing the pad? We're replacing all the carpet in here for a reason. So let me show you what that looks like. There it is, right there. FCC pad, adjuster denied. FCC pad, adjuster denied. And that's written all up and down this estimate because I don't agree. I don't agree that should have been removed from this estimate. But we negotiated it out, so I'm going to leave it in. I've had adjusters say, "Well, just delete it." And I said, "Nope, I refuse. I am not going to delete it. You cannot tell me how to estimate this job. I'm going to leave that in." So once again, we are rubbing their noses in the final work product here. No ifs, ands, or buts. All right, you had something. You're going to blow my mind, Joe. Have at it. He's working on it. He's warming up. He's revving up. Start your engines. Here we go.
We can't hear you, Joe.
One of the reasons why I encourage everybody to use carrier mode is because carrier mode allows you to do a lot of fun-filled things. And one of the best things is like, okay, first off, like Andy says, if I write an estimate, here's my big estimate, and the insurance company says they don't want to pay for masking the floor for the paint job, for example. Yeah. If I know I'm going to do it, regardless if they pay for it or not, I will leave it in there, and then I'll put a note in that says, no charge or whatever. Because if I go to core ever, I don't want to, especially like, I don't want to, if I ever have to go to core, I don't want someone to say, well, he didn't do X, Y, Z. No, I did it. I just didn't charge for it because the adjuster wouldn't approve it, or I couldn't get it approved.
Exactly. Yeah, I do that all the time with things like I know for a fact that item's going to be done, but for some reason or another, we can't charge for it. I'm going to put in no charge or included. Sometimes I do that for supervision. I'm like, we're going to supervise the job. We're going to spend time on it, but we're going to mark it as included because for one reason or another, we can't, quote, charge for it.
But so whenever it's time to do a supplement, I'm sure everyone here can speak up and say, how many times does the adjuster say, I need you to bold out the supplement from the rest of the estimate so I can see the changes? I'm sure everybody has that a lot. One of the best things you can do, claim info, parameter, coverage and loss here. Under dwelling, hit edit options. And instead, and then
you're going to add an additional coverage.
Add a coverage here and just name it. Let me add it as supplemental. If it'll type, that'd be great. Sorry, my caps lock on. Supplemental. And the type of coverage is additional. It's not an upgrade of any kind or nothing. It's an additional coverage. Hit OK and deselect this. It's not additional insurance amount. Yeah. And then when I go into my estimate here, let's just say, for lack of a better phrase, let's just say upstairs here, I need to add, I'm going to add, I don't know, let's say, I know it sounds funky, but let's just do FCV, or let's do FCW laminate floor, right? I'm going to put I can change the coverage here to be supplemental. And then even if I were to accidentally hit the resequence button in the estimate, when I hit my reports and I print it off, it's going to say,
I think my machine's faster than yours.
Well, I'm also on Wi-Fi. My internet just went down, so I'm in my phone right now. So when I go here, like you can see here, I got things that are marked out, but down at the very end of the estimate here, you can see where it'll say, I'm in rough draft mode, damn it. If I'm in final draft mode, for example,
it'll break it down by coverage.
It'll break it out by the coverage. So the dwelling is your original agreed upon price.
I think that bears a little deeper dive. I know exactly what you're saying, and you're exactly right.
So now when I go in here, I can see at the very end of the page here, the supplemental was for an additional $4,000.
Yep.
And it just makes it, like I said, that way there, if you do resequence, if you do reorganize it, you can keep that supplemental there.
Yeah, as opposed to writing an entirely new estimate, copying the estimate, deleting the items that aren't covered or whatnot, adding the items. The further you get away from your original document, the harder it is to tell that story and draw that connection to the jury. So yeah, let me put my own spin on that. That's a great move. This is another reason why it's important to use the carrier profile, not the contractor profile. You can't do this in the contractor profile. You can in the actionable profile as well. So what we're doing is we're not actually talking about real coverages here, right? We're not reading the policy. What we're talking about is phases of the job. Like, how often do you get asked to break out the mitigation from the repairs? How often do you get asked to break out the mold work you've done from the repair work or from the other from the water damage side of things? You can add a coverage for each one of those things. And this, as long as you mark that coverage in the line item you're using, it when you print out the estimate, it'll have a subtotal for that coverage. You have a subtotal for the water, you'll have a subtotal for the mold, you have a subtotal for the asbestos or whatever else. Or you can also write your mitigation and your structural repairs on the same sheet and break out your mitigation. And you can even let's play around with that. Let's play with that. Is anyone confused by what we're trying to say here?
Or is anybody just like, holy shit?
Where's my coverage? There it is. All right. So we're going to add dwelling. We're going to say, let's call it mitigation. And let's add, let's just say abatement. And let's do our contents while we're here. Actually, contents are usually built in.
You already have the contents one down there.
Yeah. So contents is already here. Usually. And if it's not, that's where you go to add it. You just add the coverage. Your smart list should have contents in it. If it doesn't, so we can see what are some other coverages that are here. Debris removal. Oftentimes, policy will have an additional amount of insurance for debris removal. And especially when you're approaching policy limits on the dwelling, it's useful to have that additional coverage to quote. Like, oh, I got 25 grand in debris removal and I'm 40 grand over on my dwelling coverage. Well, this is going to help close the gap for me. And tell the adjuster, hey, these are the debris removal items that we can reasonably argue should go on this additional coverage for the insured. So let's just add debris removal. Okay. So come back into our estimate. And so we can, there's a lot of, I'm going to do this by, just for an example, right here. I'm trying to think of a good example here, but oh, I didn't do my supplements. Did I do it? Where's my supplement? Oh,
You didn't make a supplement one.
I didn't?
No, you did an abatement. Or no, you didn't add, you made it, but I don't think you added it. Just go back to edit options. Add.
Oh.
There's your mitigation. I don't think you actually made a supplement one.
I didn't.
And this is also, guys, if you choose like the code upgrade one, that'll literally, I can show you the code upgrade one later if you guys need me to.
Please.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so we came in here after the fact, and not only let's say we had to seal that subfloor. After we got it demoed, oh, we got to seal the subfloor. What's the seal subfloor for odor control?
PNTS plus plus.
That's not the odor control one I was looking
Oh,
for.
try one more plus. Might be triple plus. Still underlayment for odor control.
There it is.
UL.
PNTUL. And then this coverage goes to supplemental. I'm going to copy this, paste it. Now my supplement come on, Junior. At the end of this sucker, we're going to see it broken out. Should be. There we go. There's our dwelling. There's our supplement. There's our contents. If you have contents coverage already input into your estimate, most of your content items will automatically be there. So what room did we have contents in? We had contents here, right? We had content manipulation. Oh, it only put the CPS.
It's only going to do contents for pack out, pack in, cleaning of contents itself. But the content labor line item is going to be an automatic dwelling coverage.
Yeah, but I think technically this would be a better way to do it and change that coverage. And that really helps the adjuster.
In my guess, code would be always separate because obviously code is always different from dwelling. You would keep code on its own.
Correct.
Even for code, and you would have code supplemental, or how would you address it? Because oftentimes code is supplemental.
You want me to show
How would
them
you
the
just
code?
structure that?
You want me to show them the code upgrade, Andy? I'm a little quicker at it.
Yeah, I would do it. I would do it under the coverage, under the code. I would just add coverage here.
No.
And I'd do it right there.
So here, hang on. I'm going to grab from you here.
Take it.
There you
That's
guys
how I
go.
would do it though.
So watch this. So first off, just so everybody's aware, I'm going to show two things here. So here's our room here. And as you can see, I've got in this room carpet, pad, painting the baseboard, and then outlets and switches being replaced.
I don't see your screen.
Oh,
hold on.
Can you see it now?
There you go.
All right. So I have a little basic room here. And for this example here, let's just say, I've got carpet pad being replaced, painting the baseboard, and then outlets and switches being replaced. But these switches need to be GFIs, for example. If I go into here and I go to my edit options and I add an option, and I can say, I want this to be code upgrade, and see how instead of it saying additional, it says code upgrade here. And
it is an additional amount of insurance.
It is an additional, but I don't know the number, so I'm gonna leave that blank like that there and hit
Yep.
OK. Now, when I go in here to my items here, I can type in ELEGFI for like, just because I'm going to do this here like this, and I'm going to say this is a code upgrade item and hit OK. See how it goes orange? It puts an automatic note in that says this item does not previously exist or expand on the repairs, but is required for code. Now then, I can also associate this with the 110 and hit OK. And now these two line items are connected. So once right now, here's what the price shows. This one is struck through. As you can see here, it's struck through. But once it paid when incurred, I click this off and hit OK. And now it strikes through the original line, and this one is activated.
Yeah, that's clean.
Can you rewind this for 1 second? Where did you link this to line items?
So You, like I said, you go to your
He's
edit
changing,
options.
he's proposing a change from regular outlets to GFIs for code.
Correct.
So you go in here, you guys should automatically have code upgrade in the shared file by default.
Yes.
You hit OK, add it, and then in your estimate there, ELEGFI. I want it, it's just going to be the same action, so replacement, and it's all three. I mean, I can just type 3 in here, but I'm going to change the code here to code upgrade and hit enter. And it automatically goes orange. It gives you the note automatically that says it's an upgraded item. And then you can associate this
Okay, that's what I missed.
with this one here and hit OK. And so that way there it shows up. Okay, so now final estimate. That did get happened. And boom, it switches them around.
Yeah, but that one originally would just be the outlet replacement instead of the GFI, because otherwise you like lost $200 or 150.
Yeah, I mean, in this example, yeah, I guess this, I should have done this as OS. There you go. But now, the other thing I'll show you guys real quickly before I let Andy have it back is change orders and item scenarios, because people don't usually realize how to do those there a good way. So let's say they had carpet in here, but they want to go back with laminate. SCW L8. So I know I'm going to need, shit, hang on. I need to add laminate flooring. And then they had baseboards. I need to add shoe. And then I'm going to have to paint the shoe like this. I can right click and go to item, edit options, and hit item scenario. And I can say this laminate floor replaces the carpet. And, you know, maybe this is a call, this is going to be called a, the change order. And I need to add, these are upgraded items for the change order. And they'll keep the sequencing in here. I can even move these up here if I want, like this. That'll let me. That'd be great. For some reason it's not letting me, but then you can see here where it says the note on these here says this item would replace the carpet in the change order scenario. This item would be added to the change order scenario, and then you know, let's just say CLN, just so you can understand this here. Final R, I don't know, WD, clean window. When I resequence this here, the great thing about this is, so here, when you do it, you're going to have it read like this here, where it says, here's remove carpet. Here's the carpet here. I moved it around the wrong way here, but you see how it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it skips over 8, 9, and 10. That's because those are the change order items here. And when I go to reports, I can actually turn on the CO, for example, and it'll turn those items on that say, this item is an upgrade, this item is an upgrade. And that way there, when you're doing this, and I went a little quick there and messed it up a little bit here, but it's a good way, like when your homeowners do a change on things. Let me make it look clean real quick. So I want this up here with the carpet, and then I want this afterwards, and this afterwards. So now, oh, and then I need this one. I'm not going to need the pad to be replaced anymore. So I can downgrade this to CO. And now when I do my report, this will look a lot better now. It'll say remove carpet, remove pad, remove carpet. This item replaces the installation of the carpet. This item is upgraded and this item is upgraded. And on the original version of it, without that CO in place, it says, this is why I turn into the insurance. We're removing the carpet, we're replacing the carpet. This item would be removed on the change order scenario. Remove carpet, replace carpet, paint the baseboard. So I can tell the homeowner.
Mm.
Am I making sense here, guys?
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but it actually presents a whole lot cleaner.
So
Yeah.
you see how one and
And
one
you're
are the
not,
same
once
here.
again, you're not recreating the estimate just for the sake of a change order of an upgrade or a downgrade. I like
But
it.
this way here also, your homeowner, you can say, look, you had your remove carpet, remove pad here, and we added the snap flooring. You can, everything that was related to replacing the carpet was removed. So you don't have me double dipping any. And the overall price change is, it's 17 here and it was 14 here. It's a $300 upgrade, Mr. Homeowner. And
I
they can
think-
go line by line and figure out where the missings are. Cause like you see here, 5, 6, and 7 are not on this estimate.
I have a question for you. So like on the like I've been using the contractor profile and recently been using the carrier, but the one thing like I can't duplicate on the contract the carrier profile is like doing like a discount line item. So how would you do that on? Because normally I would just go there and say like this is a credit line. On the carrier profile, won't let you do that.
Right here, credit line.
Let me try on my side. Are you on actionable or is it
Nope,
the same?
just the carrier.
Yeah,
Carrier
when
has
you're
it, for
doing
sure.
carrier now, they have that's the exact expert sidebar, which is just garbage. But
Now, the only time, this is for the one lady yesterday who was talking about material, including materials. The only time I ever will recommend, there's only one thing contractor does that carrier can't, that makes it in some fashions a little bit superior. And that is this. On contractor mode, let's just, for example, say, let's just do this thing here real quick. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, just so I get some random numbers here. And I'm going to do paint. PNT P2. I'm going to paint these walls here, right? The walls and the ceilings here. The only thing that makes contractor mode superior in regards is this here. So if I go to my component list here, I can see that to paint all these rooms together, Xactimate says I need 4.36 gallons of paint. Can you buy that much? Can anybody buy 4.36 gallons of paint?
negative.
So you have to buy 5. So 4.36. So I need to add for an extra 0.64 gallons of paint. I can go in here wherever I want. It doesn't really matter, but like I can go up here and type in PNT. And instead of doing a line item like this, right here where it says selectors, you can choose. Did they take it away from us? Hang on. I think they took it away from us, Andy.
Well, you were the only one that used it.
They deactivated it. Never mind. You used to have here where it would say PL components, and you could actually just add a portion of paint or whatever in there. I don't know. Let me see if it's on action.
Now, can you go into your components report and see if you can change that from 4.36 to 5?
You can't. You won't be able to do it that way there.
You can't.
The only way I could tell everybody that they would be able to do that would be where's my
You broke it, man.
I did something wrong here.
It
What
doesn't
the-
like you. So let's
All right. Anyways, but
let's
that's how
go
you can
through
do
some
line
let's
up
go through some
scenarios.
components. Let's do that. We still have everybody? Everyone still with us? Okay. Let's come back here, share my screen. And let's look at components. Let's just go through, let's do a review. Granted, this is not a complete estimate. We did not do everything in every room. We've got some garbage in here because we've just been playing around. But we do have enough to look at our components. This is your components list. This will show you, oh, I need to select all the rooms. There we go. That is my components list. This shows me everything. How much latex paint? 4.79 gallons. How much putty? How much that? It also shows me retail labor wise what my labor budget is, ostensibly, theoretically, labor budget. I got $9,900 to spend on labor on this job. All right, this is just a good thing to review to understand. When you print out your components report, this information is going to come out there. So you hand it to your supervisor, your superintendent, or whoever else, and can be sort of their shopping list. Granted, you can't get 0.33 gallons of anything. So supporting events. This is kind of your waste, if you will. This on the labor side, it says what this assumes. Why is this looking like this? I need to reduce this a lot. There we go. So essentially, this is your waste. So it's saying 33% of an 8-hour day is wasted or not actually doing the work. 39% of this person's day. Let me bring this a little bit. There we go. 39% of the demo labor guy is 39% of his 8-hour day is spent doing something other than demo. Same thing with drywall. 42% of this guy's day is going to be spent driving to the job, picking up, cleaning up, things like this. This is part of your labor yield. So it's a percentage of an 8-hour day. 42% of that day is not directly doing any work. Okay, that's how that reads. And you can change these percentages.
I do.
Yeah.
On your components, does that already include the material on the list there? Does that include the extra that Xactimate says it builds in, like your 10% for
That would be
flooring?
supporting events.
That's in supporting events.
The
So
10% extra for materials is included in supporting
yeah,
events?
let's look at this. Paint assumption is based on waste primarily due to spillage, overage, equipment, but 5%. Bullshit. I don't know a painter in the world that is 95% efficient with his materials, right? So I'm going to come in here and say, this is not 5%. This is 0.15%. That's going to change my paint calculation for materials across the board. And this, you are well within your rights to change this stuff. And I do on a regular basis. Drywall is one of the most, there is so much drywall waste, and they're saying it's 15%. I'm going to argue all day long. It's 20.
And this will automatically shuffle all the line items that have drywall
So
in
let's
it.
look at
Are these, can I ask you a question? Are these changes saved only to this file or is there global?
just this file. Just this file. I think you can do it in the pricing module online and do it globally. I just have never done it that way, and I think I should probably look into that. I'm just not an expert on that side of it. Okay, so let's look at drywall tape. Components, drywall tape. It's saying we need 0.15 rolls. Okay, 0.15 rolls. Just keep that in your head. Here's my drywall tape. I think we have 10% waste here. Oh, 0.1. Come back to our components.
How do you get that to editing? Like I want a separate thing, but I can't edit the supporting event.
Click on the percentage number
You
there.
can't
itself.
edit the supporting event.
Yeah, where's
What
the
price
percent?
list are you using?
Not everything has
Okay,
a
I
waste.
see it. The percent's like was far to the right. I couldn't see the percent.
Yeah, it's kind of clunky, but yeah, so review these supporting events. Does it make sense? I usually end up changing my waste factors on a lot of my equipment. Flooring and drywall is just one of those you've got to add more waste. That's just all there is to it. Paint, we're going to add, did I change that to 15? I changed it because it was 5, right?
Yep.
Labor minimums, I think we turn these off. In my opinion, it's just not worth the fight. Don't mess around with labor minimums. Just turn them all off. And even if you're doing small jobs that would justify a labor minimum, use labor and have that conversation, have a direct conversation with the adjuster instead of trying to do it with labor minimums. Labor minimums is like, it was a great idea that Xactimate came out with that just fell on its face. It just never came into full use.
On the supporting events, guys, on the labor side, those percentages there, that's where you get people all the time asking, like in groups and stuff, like, how do I add for extra time because I'm working in a high rise and I got to go up and down the elevator, or the house, you know, the drive from I got to go out the back door of the basement and walk around the house, and it's going to add an extra, you know, it's adding, you know, an extra hour and a half per day to all my guys or whatever. That's where you can adjust those percentages there. Maybe the job's 2 hours away instead of 1 hour away. You can adjust those percentages there to more accurately extrapolate out all your line items with those factors in mind without having to just put in there DRY labor. This is an extra hour of drive time, blah, 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 blah. You can just automatically redo the calculation, percentage calculation there and adjust it across the board.
Yeah. So if you divide 8 hours.
So 8 times 33%.
Hold on. Where's my calculator? Oh, it's over here. So 8 hours times 60 minutes in an hour. That's a 480 480 minutes in a work day. So if you divide that by 100, that means every percent on the supporting events, every 1% is 4.8 minutes. Okay. So if we add an hour of drive time, it's 60 divided by 4.8 equals 12.5%. So we would add 12.5% to each one of these numbers.
Andy,
I'm not a huge fan of doing it that way. Yeah. What?
Do 8 times 33 and then hit the percent sign. Clear it out. 8 times 33, hit the percent sign. Equals. So in an 8-hour shift, your drywaller is not drywalling 2.64 hours of the day. You have an extra hour drive time. So add +1. Now divide that by 8. That's your new percentage.
Okay. Okay.
It's that simple.
Now, yeah, but what happens there is we are working that into our labor calculation for this job, as opposed to showing the additional labor. This is style points. This is like, how do you want to show it? How do you want to do it? Me personally, I just know every single one of these items includes 60 minutes of driving. That's 30 minutes, right? 30 in the morning, 30 in the afternoon. If it's truly an hour to get there, an hour to get back, I need to add 60 minutes for every laborer. Well, how do I know how many laborers? Oh my God, Andy, I'm glad you asked. Let's talk about the supervision calculator. Like that segue there? I linked up in our document the supervision calculator. I'm going to pull this one up right here. In my labor summary, I have total hours. This job, I have total hours of 97.56. Count my 97.56. This job is small. I'm probably never going to have more than 2 dudes on it, right? A crew size of 2. Simple math tells me with a 15% average project slippage, that's just scope creep, schedule creep. It's a 9-day project. All right. But it's, if I need to add another hour, right? Maybe this is, I don't have a job site super. Maybe I do. But if I need an hour a day, additional drive time, I put an hour here. This means there's at 9 days with a crew size of 2, we've got 54 hours of drive time. Right? This job is not an overnight job, so hotel rooms don't matter. Per diem doesn't matter. But the supervision calculator is a very clean, direct way to say, this is how many hours we have in this job. This is how many days this job's going to take. This is how far this job is away. This is how much additional time we've got to add. So let's use these numbers in our estimate. Oh, wrong one. Let's come back to our general conditions. Told you we'd come back, right? Job site supervision. I got to bring this up in a different window so I can quote it. So you guys can't see it right now, but oh, and I can't minimize it either. Here. Okay, so total labor hours in my notes here, including project slippage, is 112.19. Project duration, -9 days, 2 weeks. Nope. Full-time project supervision, probably not. I'm going to go half-time. This doesn't apply. Half hour per day of project management. Sure. 60 minutes of additional drive time per crew member per day. That's my note. That's my justification. I'm copying that. And I'm pasting this down. Okay, let's go back and fill in the blanks. Job site supervisor. My calculator says 36 hours. Done. Project management, 4.5 hours. Drive time, 54 hours. Because we are paying our guys from the shop till they get to that job site every day. General progressive cleanup. I want 1 hour every day for 9 days. That is it. That is how I justify and calculate my supervision and drive time.
Evan would like to know how they get access to the supervisor calculator. Is that something that you share, or
It's
is
in
that
the doc. It's in the shared doc. It's in the Google Doc. It's right here. Somebody click on that. It should open. If it doesn't, you got to ask permission and I'll give you permission.
Yeah, it opens on that one.
Okay. And then what I do with this is I print it, save it as a PDF. It goes into my job file. I'm not going to put it in the job file because this is not done. But then that becomes an addendum, an attachment to the PDF, to the estimate when I print it out. Questions on that?
So sorry, I had got distracted at that point. I got a phone call, but I just want to understand the difference between like a half-time supervisor, full-time supervisor.
4 hours a day versus 8.
Okay, so that's assuming like a half-time guy, he's going to be on site 4 hours of the day.
Yeah, or he's going to
Okay.
be on site half
Or
of the
doing-
days of the project. Yeah.
Yeah, or doing something project related for 4 hours
Yep.
out of the 8. Okay, perfect. Understood.
all right? And I'm going to give my last interruption of you for the day, and then I'll be done interrupting you the rest of the day.
Okay.
Everybody, how many of you guys are actually like the reconstruction manager and have to do like material ordering and stuff?
Yep.
Okay. How hard is
Absolutely.
it to figure out when you look at the component list? I'm going to share my screen here. How hard is it when you look at your component list here and you've got, in this example here, I've got a $300,000 estimate. How much of a pain in the ass when you look at your list here and you say, oh, well, my exact estimate's calling for 4,900 square feet of drywall, and you got to fit and you got to order it and all. That's a pain. It's a lot of math and everything. So so one thing they're not advertising a whole lot and everything, but it's really great is once you write your estimate up and you're done, go to your sketch tab. You're going to see a little button here with a green arrow that says send to direct supplier. When you click on that, and then you click the link here, it's going to open up a new website for you. And I need to make and it's going to take you to what's called Xactimate's direct supplier. This here will import your component list into the website. And this was called Fire. What's this? Fire.
Where's that button at again?
You right here, right next up at the very top here, the very last button right above roofs. You click on it and then hit click to direct supplier login. It's going to load up the website, and then you find that project. So this was fire example 1. I can click on this here. When you first open it up, it's going to ask you like office location. I want maybe this property is far away from my house, my office, so I'm going to use maybe same as the account address. I'm just going to use my house here. I want to buy materials that are within 25 miles of me. It's going to give you a list here, and I can go to like drywall, for example, and I can see here's where it's saying drywall. My estimate, as you saw before in the component section, says I need a total of 4,919 square feet of drywall. And the website shows I need, oh my goodness, Andy.
I rubbed off on you.
Assume, yeah, shockingly, today's the day I'm the one that's, there we go. Oh. Let me just open it back up again. I can go to my projects here and I can go to my drywall, for example, and I can see here that it's still the right number, and Xactimate gave me 46 cents a square foot. I can see here from Lowe's, I can buy 8-foot sheets of drywall for $10.98 a pop, which
For
converts
34
out,
cents a square foot.
which converts out to 34 cents a square foot. And if I click on this, I would need 154 sheets of 8-footers. If I do 10-footers, it's 40 cents. Now let's say, or 12-footers. Now let's say I'm going to do a mixture. Let's say if I was using 12-footers, I need 103. Let's say I'm going to only do 80 12-footers. I'm going to hit add. And then when I go back to 8-footers here, I only need an additional 34 of them. And all. Now, the way this website's designed is it's supposed to build a shopping list that you can actually then send to Lowe's or whoever, and they can do a pull order for you and make your life easier. But it's a nice way to compare things, and validate, your component pricing. Let's say a great one here that I always tell people about. Corner bead, metal corner bead at 43 cents a square feet. I'm making zero money here on metal corner bead. All of these here from all these websites are 43 cents. Oh, here's one for 38 cents. I guess that's the one I need to make sure to order. Or I could go back to my component and say, I should raise my price up because I cannot get corner bead for the price this month's price list gave me. And it's also nice if you have an iPad, you can go use this website here and go to your homeowners and say, hey, Mr. Homeowner, look, you're supposed to be getting a brand new dishwasher.
Garbage disposal is fine.
Well, yeah. Here's your dishwashers. Look, your material price is $5.14. Look through this list here, and you can see there's some from Best Buy, Wayfair, Lowe's, Brand Mart. These are all within your price budget here. Now, if you find one you like though, and it's more than the $5.14, you're going to pay the difference on here. But look at all the selections you can choose within your price line. And all these here will actually take you to the website so you can view it better. And like I said, it'll let you build a shopping cart. Not everything. It's one of the things I've actually been working with Xactimate on, trying to get this cleaned up. Because like if I go to, let's do painting. I need 54.18 gallons of paint. Give it a second here. It's thinking. It's thinking. I can go in here. If it'll think finally, it will bring up some paint selections here. But not every material in the component list will generate. And the bigger your estimate is, the longer it'll have to search for things. But it is a nice one. If I go to flooring here, carpet allowance. Well, here's some, 281. Well, only ones that they're showing right now is Lowe's, and obviously this is the only, this Stainmaster. You're gonna have to buy a Stainmaster type of carpet. And it's just a nice way to quickly look at some of your materials. Your doors here, your exterior door lock set. I gotta get 2 of these. They're $30 a pop. Well, I can go through here and find a whole bunch of different door frames doorknobs I like. And maybe you just do it at least to get an idea. I like this kind of a visual one. I like something like this here. And then you can go to the store yourself and shop. But this
so when you add those things, it adds them to the shopping list, and then you go up to the shopping list and it shows you what your PO is going to be, or what you're sending the guy to the store for. right?
Yeah, and then you can email this shopping list to an employee. I can add it to a cart at Lowe's and log into my account here and everything, and it'll actually just import these shopping carts listed there. And then once you hit that button, it'll strike it out so you know you've already taken care of these items. So if I go back in here and then, you know, if I go back in here and add, I don't know, the drapery
Yeah.
hard, you know.
And the downside is it doesn't have everything. It's like electrical stuff I found is lacking. So you're not going to be able to build a complete list. But for the main stuff, I think it's a great tool.
Yeah, and like I said, especially with
And you
like,
can quickly spot check pricing. Like if you feel like, man, that number feels low, well, you got the real actual retail pricing right in front of you. Like, oh, maybe it's not that low.
see, like here's
And
here's the drywall tape.
what
But
Xactware does is Xactware gets their material pricing from Lowe's and Home Depot's database, in the zip codes, in the areas they're in. So as far as materials go, they're once again, it's a cost estimating system. They've got their costs dialed. They got their costs really dialed. But what they don't have is any accommodation for your overhead or profit. And that's why, again, it's way important, very important to use that factoring, use that markup, build your markup in. Because if you go spend, like you spend your complete budget here, there's no money left over, right? And all you're stuck with at the end of the day is your 10 and 10, which gets you 16% gross profit, which is not going to get you there. So you need to build in that margin. Now, that being said, if you are factoring your materials, that number is going to come across here and you need to back off that budget before you buy that material.
yeah, because like here at the Lowe's, I mean, I wrote this last month, this price list we're working in. It was 53 cents. Well, I cannot today buy any of this insulation for 53 cents a conversion rate. It's 58 cents. So I would go into my component list and bare minimum, go into my component list there and, you know, change all that insulation, INS, there we go. Why do I not even see the
It's BT.
Oh, BT, that's why.
No, it's INS BT. It was down there.
BT, here we go. Instead of 52 cents, you know, bare minimum, I got to change this to 58 cents to at least match the pricing and, you know, for, you know, if you're doing your increase, what, 0.58 plus a 20% markup, it would be.
So I think if it were me, if I was going to do this, I'd write my estimate. I'd get it where it needed to be. I'd use my custom pricing, right? I'd do that to do my negotiating. But when it comes down to actually purchasing materials, and if we're going to use this module here, I would duplicate that estimate, put in the standard pricing, use a standard price list with Xactimate, and then use those rates to go buy stuff, because that gives you your true market retail rates. But it doesn't include your markup that you need. That's what I would use for the shopping list. So I would not use the original estimate to do this function.
Yeah, because that 0.53, which was the original, was like $1,200. Just marking it up to the 69 cents that I need with a 20% material markup, it's an extra $300 right there on one line item alone.
Yep.
I mean, you know, you can, that's why people sometimes feel like they're losing their butts on things, because they're not going back through this component list. And you don't have to do every single line item on here, because like cabinets, there's so many different parts of the cabinet that's hard to really price them out like this here. But you know, on your big ticket stuff, drywall, flooring stuff, validate them. When you're doing the ITEL samples, guys, those ITEL samples, when they give you the report, that's material only price. Like that's 100% to the homeowner. That's no markup on it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna touch on the laundry room in this project we're working on, the cabinets in the laundry room, and then I want to touch on general conditions. I've got one more thing to do, and then we're going to turn over the rest of the class for Q&A. So let's build some cabinets in the laundry room because I'd like to do it graphically, and I think it presents a whole lot better. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I am blowing up right now. Everyone wants to get a hold of me on a Friday. Here we go.
Andy, I'll be back in about 30 minutes here. I got to go do something for a few
All right,
minutes.
bud. So keep in mind, this laundry room is the one room we didn't get, right? So we don't have a good view. So our scope, we can look at our scope notes, but our scope said essentially we're refinishing the cabinets and then we're replacing this lower. So we're going to take our best guess here. I put in this detach and reset graphically of this washer and dryer just so we could have the space. And it looks to me that we have a lower cabinet here with a tile backsplash, and then some uppers to refinish. I'm going to assume those uppers go around. So let's do the uppers first. So I'm going to do refinish cabinets. Strip and refinish cabinetry, uppers, faces only. That's fine. Oh, it's not doing that graphically, huh? Okay, so it's linear foot. Let's just take a best guess. There, and let's go all the way across there. Let's put our lower in. So we got a CAB LOW base cabinet. Yeah, it's not even 3 foot, is it? When I put it in there, it's a 2 foot cabinet. And we've got air, what we say is a flat laid. So we need cabinet. Oh, why am I blanking? We need our top.
CTFL.
Well, I know that, but there's it's what are you putting
Subdeck.
Subdeck. Thank you.
Ah.
Thank you. SD. No. Let's just do a search. Subdeck. There it is. Plywood. And then I can just click it right there. There's my subdeck. CAB, countertop, flat laid plastic laminate. I lay it there. And then I bring it in. And then there's the edge treatment. Countertop edge treatment laminate. And that's by linear foot. So we're just going to do that. Okay. Oh, come back here. There it is. And the one thing we don't have is that backsplash. So tile backsplash. Let's do CT tile. Oh. Countertop tile. It's about like that. And about like that. Okay, and then we add on for tile. Add on for tile backsplash installation. We use that area. We use that area. I think that gets us that countertop in there. That feels about right. And that's as easy as it gets, but it's all graphical. You're placing it on, so you're not forgetting it. Let's take a look at what it looks like in the laundry room. Oh, I lost myself. Where is it? It's down here. There. And we can see there's no, this is all reference blocks. This is not handwritten linear foot, square foot. It's all verified on the sketch. This is what we did. I like to build all my kitchens and cabinets and bathrooms like that because it presents so well. This one's pretty simple, but if we had the uppers in there where we're replacing, we could see the actually physical layout of the uppers. It's hard to argue. You know, Jester says, well, there wasn't that many linear feet. Well, how would you put those cabinets in there? Because according to this sketch, this is the only way it would go. Yeah, that sort of thing. It just presents super well. Any questions on cabinets? So I want to give you an example of how I use general conditions on large loss. So this is a project in Mammoth. So it's 1.1 million, 7 buildings. I did the whole shebang. Here's the sketch. Here's the exteriors. Exteriors came from Hover. Oh, here we go. And then each one of the buildings I had decks on. Oh, decks and roofs. Okay, there we go. So there's several different sketches, decks and roofs. So that's how I built it. That's what it came out to. General conditions I did on the whole entire project. We had some things. I mean, this is out in Mammoth, California. It's 4.5 hours from anywhere. So we had some overnight hotel stuff. We had all this stuff, supervision, drive time, the whole shebang. $333,000 worth of general conditions. And then the HOA said, well, can you break out the decks from the rest of the project? Can you break out, you know, a couple different ways? And we did that. But I'll show you how I did the general conditions on those. I didn't rewrite all this. What I did was say 333,860. And keep in mind, none of these, I shouldn't be, all of these are non-OMP, right? These are general conditions. These are add-ons, you know, to cover job site overhead and things like that. So I didn't factor OMP on any of this stuff. So so I get a clean number, 333,860 on 1.143. What that worked out to be is about 29%. So they said, can you break out just the no roofing? So these are just, this is the decks. What is this? Oh, this is the decks and the siding. So I just broke those out. I copied this STR1 into the two things. I deleted everything. But in general conditions, instead of redoing all my general conditions, I've already established that this project in this area is going to carry general conditions about 29%. So that's what I did. I took the total. I said general conditions as 29% of the total, came up to $81,000. It was clean. It was easy. And if you're a true real contractor outside of the insurance world, general conditions are used as a percentage on projects when change orders happen. You get a change order on a project, you automatically just add your percentage for general conditions. That's just it's written into the contract. This is that you're essentially saying, this is my job site overhead. This is my overhead for this project as a percentage of the total. Whatever we add to this project, we're going to add that plus 29% to cover our general conditions. So that just bears, I thought that bared repeating on how to use general conditions on large projects. Smaller projects, it's less, it doesn't necessarily apply as much. Any questions on general conditions and how I did that? Why I did that? Okay. I want to talk about appraisal. It's an issue and doesn't necessarily have anything to do with estimating, but it's an issue in our industry, and it's becoming misused, in my opinion. So I just wanted to, since I had you all here captive, I wanted to give you my 2 cents on it. I got a call this morning from a gal in Indiana who was asking about appraisal. Hey, Liberty Mutual says my only option is to demand appraisal. And what I told her was, appraisal is broken in this country, and it doesn't benefit the insured or the contractor anymore. The reason that you have these insurance companies, especially State Farm and Liberty Mutual, for some reason, pushing these folks, and American Family, this last week, I had a guy call and say, American Family says I have to demand appraisal. The reason the insurance carrier wants to push people into appraisal is because the person that demands appraisal is bound by the result. The recipient of the appraisal, like the other party, isn't necessarily bound by that result, right? They can still sue. If you demand appraisal on your insurance company and that result doesn't come back in your favor, that is the end of the road for you.
And back it up a little bit. How about you explain exactly what the appraisal process is for those who have never gone through it or even been aware of it?
Yeah, appraisal is a disagreement. It's built into almost all policies across the land, in that you can read your insurance policy and you can see, in the event that you and I, the insurance carrier and the insured, if you and I do not agree, either party can demand appraisal. And there's different wording, different carriers, different states, but that in general, that's what it says. And it lays out the appraisal process, not in a very clear way either. It says essentially, if we demand appraisal or we agree to go to appraisal, whatever it says, you will choose an appraiser, a non-biased third-party appraiser. We will choose an appraiser. Those appraisers have 25 days to agree on an umpire. And then each appraiser will come to their own opinion on the total value of the loss. If those two folks can't see eye to eye, they submit their appraisal opinions to the umpire, and the umpire essentially makes the binding decision, initially getting the reward done. There are a lot of great appraisers out there. There's a lot of good umpires out there. And there are a lot of garbage people really mucking up the entire process. And in my experience, I've been doing appraisals for a couple years now. It's not licensed. There's no certification. There's no qualification, right? I can pick a bum up off the street and say, he's my appraiser. I can pick a name out of a hat. And as long as I can get the opposing appraiser to agree to it, we can choose an umpire. Right? There is just, it's worse than the wild west, because you have all these parties with preconceived notions and loyalties and biases feeding into the appraisal process. And in my experience, the only person that wins, the only party that wins an appraisal is the carrier, because they get to delay the payment process. And then at the end of the day, even if the appraisal panel agrees that that contractor's number was the right number at the beginning, it's been 12 months, it's been 24 months, and the insurance carrier says, okay, we'll pay it. And there is no penalties. There's no prejudgment interest. There is nothing. Here's your 25 grand that we owed you 24 months ago. Bye. But it usually is, you get a scenario where the umpire splits the baby between the two appraisers, and then the contractor and the insured are left filling in the blanks. So appraisal is a last resort. And I've had multiple people come to me this year, especially, saying that their carrier told them that appraisal was their only option, and the carrier was pushing their insured to demand appraisal because the carrier knows that they are going to win an appraisal. So my advice to you guys: stay out of appraisal if at all possible. But if you have a carrier demand appraisal on you, you need to have an appraiser or a pool of appraisers and umpires that you know, like, and trust. It's an expensive process. I've had appraisals that the insurance company demanded appraisal on a delta of $5,000. Well, just for me as an appraiser, my retainer's $3,500. I know the opposing appraiser is going to be $3,500, and we know the umpire is going to be about $3,500. So we have insurance companies abusing the system, knowing full well that they're forcing the insured to spend money they don't have, and spend more money than what the dispute is worth in the first place. Appraisal really gets my blood boiling, especially when it's appraisal on. They send mitigation invoices to appraisal. And in my opinion, that is a cost incurred. That work has been done. There is no opinion to be had on the value of that work. It's been done. There was a contract written. And when I get these appraisals that come across my desk, and they say, well, it's a mitigation and the work's been done. And I'm like, why didn't you sue? Why didn't you sue? Well, no one likes to sue. No one likes lawyers. Well, at the end of the day, there's a time and a place. And if you have a genuine dispute with your insurance carrier, you should retain an attorney and file suit. And then as part of the lawsuit, you may have to go through the appraisal process, but at least you're going through it with a complaint filed and a lawsuit pending. If you file a lawsuit against your insured or your insurer, and you file a lawsuit against your insurance company for costs that you've incurred to mitigate your property, they will never go to court, because it's a no-brainer. You have stipulations in your policy that say you must mitigate your property. You must take steps to prevent further damage. You did that. You follow the letter of your policy. You are in full compliance. They are way out of bounds saying that they don't owe you that. And what happens, and you all have seen it, especially Safeco fuckers, they will send their own mitigation estimate and say, we're only going to pay what we think was necessary. And they'll give, I've got one right now here in Oregon, $100,000 worth of mitigation. Is State Farm. State Farm said they want to pay 70. And they wrote this fugazi estimate. They actually had somebody else write this. As a contractor came in and wrote a fugazi mitigation imaginary estimate of 70 grand, and that's what they paid on. At the end of the day, we filed suit, and they're going to make up that difference, 30 grand. But it's faster and easier, frankly, to file suit and go get paid for what you're rightfully owed than it is to go through this imaginary appraisal process. So how many people are seeing appraisals right now? I don't know if you can tell, but I'm getting pretty freaking heated when it comes to the shenanigans. No one's seen appraisal. No one haven't. I know for a
Appraisal.
fact there's a mitigation contractor in Portland, Oregon, that when Safeco sees him on a claim, it's a knee-jerk automatic appraisal, and he's got over 25 files. Actually, one time it was over 40 files that he'd already done, already billed for 40 times in a row. Safeco said, no, we're going to appraisal. I'm sorry, Robert, go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. So yeah, just be aware that is what's happening, and you need to understand the process. And the most important takeaway is you don't have to, from the insured's perspective. And if you have assignment of benefits in your contracts, you are the insured. From your perspective, there is no good reason to demand appraisal. The only solution, the only resolution is filing suit. File a lawsuit.
Appraisal seems to come up a lot more, especially on the roofing trade, and then on higher end reconstruction. I mean, Andy jokingly tells me I live in a bubble world because
You do.
I've never had to go to appraisal. Usually, if you can work, if you know how to talk and you know how to write a coherent and good estimate, you don't have to end up going there. But it's definitely something to be aware about, knowing about because there are certain times where they adjust, especially if you're doing work where it's like a catastrophe zone, whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, whatever, and they send a bunch of independent adjusters out that are on a fee schedule. They'll take. I got one person that's literally 2 years old. It's coming up on 2 years now. And the IA refused to look at it because they're like, that's what I wrote originally. I'm not changing it because it's not worth their time and money to mess with the file anymore. So you have to force the button.
Yeah, it's a sham circus, and the carriers are taking advantage of the situation, in that we're just not on our side of the fence. We're not well educated in it. I'm taking the time. I'm going to promote each of you to panelist if you would like. I'd like to see your smiling faces. And we've got the rest of the day. The rest of the next 30 minutes is yours. So ask your questions, get it out, and let's talk it out. There are 17 of you? No, 17. It's a good class.
I think we only lost 2 people from yesterday because it was 17 plus us.
Yeah. So get yourself into the Facebook group. Get yourself into the Restoration Rebels. If I see your name, you ask to join the Restoration Rebels, and I see your name and you mention me by name in your application questions, I'm going to get you right in. Been a long, it's a 4 hours and 4 hours. It's a lot sitting here in a spell. That's why the first class I did over 3 days. But
all right, Andy, Kevin would like to know, how do you go about justifying Matterport to be paid for when billing the insurance company? Let you do your answer first.
Well, that is in the a lot of it's covered with the F9 note. They say we didn't ask for that, but they also didn't ask you to do anything else. I mean, you're the resident expert, you're the professional, and you are going to do the things that you deem necessary. At the end of the day, doing a Matterport scan is no different than doing a moisture inspection, right? We don't do moisture inspections for free, right? We don't put people in a truck and drive them across town for no money. These are just ancillary services to the main service we're offering, and it's a legitimate cost, and it's not a cost of doing business. It's a job cost. And doing something like a Matterport has the added benefit of allowing all parties to look at the same data. The same reason we use a sketch, right? We put a sketch in there so we can all agree, yes, this room was 12 by 12 with an 8-foot ceiling. I don't spend a lot of time fighting about it, because at the end of the day, we're going to do it. And it's not like we're not going to do it. So if I'm doing a report of any kind, like I don't charge, like I wouldn't charge for an IR camera, right? But I would charge to do a moisture report with infrared imagery, right? There's a difference. So using a Matterport camera, no, I'm not going to charge for that, but I'm going to charge you for the report, and I'm going to charge you for the output for it. And I'm going to pull up the F9 note that Actionable Insights does a pretty good job on this. Where's this? Get this out of my way. Oh, I've been logged out. Why have I been logged out?
This is what I'll tell everybody when it comes to Matterport. A couple things. One, if you're Matterporting an entire house or a large commercial project, it's almost a given. They accept it almost every single time. No ifs, ands, or buts. If you're charging it, your Matterport and all you had was a single like bathroom only, that's where they kind of fight you on it. The first step I always, personally, one of the first steps I always do is I send an email to the judge and say, hey, by the way, our SOP, our standard operating procedure, is to Matterport properties for prosperity's sake and to protect us, the homeowner, and you, the carrier, from damages unrelated to this loss or from perceived damages that were pre-existing. If you would like a copy of the scan, please reply back to this email and let me know, and I will share it with you. As soon as they reply back and say, yes, I'd love to see a copy of that file, I use that email where they said, yeah, they requested a copy of it to help validate the charge on it. But like I said, I mean, if you're not doing that requesting, or they don't request and you still want to charge for it, I mean, you just put in your language, this is our standard operating procedure to protect our company, blah, 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 blah. Just because the insurance, the provider does not want to acknowledge new technology and the cost associated with utilizing that new technology to help better account for a covered claim, does not retract from the necessity for the charge for it. Therefore, regardless if you want to pay for it or not, it's still being applied to the estimate. Something along that line. Does that make sense?
Okay, I just copied and pasted the F9 note that I use. And it goes like this. The use of third-party documentation and capture tools allows all materially interested parties to collaborate on a single data set. This eliminates the potential for bias in the collection and presentation of relevant data for the claim. Yeah, please copy that, put it into your Xactimate F9 note, and save it as a note template. Third-party tools such as Matterport, EagleView, Hover, DocuSketch, and others is an additional cost incurred. And then I added in addition to the duty, in accordance with the duties after loss section of the insurance policy, the insured is required to provide a detailed estimate of damages following a loss. This process often involves the use of advanced tools, which are capable of generating accurate 3D renderings and measurements of the insured structure from on-site photos. These tools are critical in creating a comprehensive and precise repair estimate, which is a key responsibility of the insured after a loss. The costs associated with these services are therefore included in the overall repair cost estimate. They are incurred on behalf of the insured to ensure a thorough and accurate assessment of damages, which is a crucial step in fulfilling the insured's duties after a loss and facilitating a smooth claim settlement process. Just hammer them. That's how I justify it.
Andrew, how do you walk that line between, being a contractor, or obviously we're not a public adjuster, and mentioning policy language in estimates? Because usually you kind of, I've heard from many people that they're saying, hey, Andrew, you're crossing the boundary of being not PA or unlicensed PA of some sort. How do you walk the line making these justifications?
As long as you're speaking in generalities and standard of care, you're not crossing that line. When you start quoting specific policy language and saying this is covered or this should be covered, then you are, acting as a PA. But if you have assignment benefits in your contract, you are the insured, and the insured can quote their own policy all day long. The insured can fight for themselves all day long, and the insured is well within their rights to use the policies as they interpret it to argue with the adjuster, because 9 times out of the 10, the adjuster hasn't even read the policy either. So I would say protect yourself by getting an assignment of benefits. But if you're not getting assignment benefits, just speak in generalities, general terms, standard of care, and don't try to use specific policy language in your arguments.
At the end of the day, guys, you don't care what, at the end of the day, like take a water drop, for example. If the insurance told you that they don't cover, say there's 2 foot of mold around the base of the property, and the insurance tells you they don't cover mold, you're not just going to do the water mitigation and leave the mold behind. You have to do the mold, so it doesn't matter if it's covered or not. Approach every aspect of the job when you're an estimator and with that mentality. I don't care what is or is not covered. This is the scope of work that's required to get the job done. Insurance, you pay whatever you deem of this here portion is covering the claim, but the homeowner is due for the whole amount, because I can't just not do X, Y, and Z because the insurance doesn't want to cover it.
I have an example of this. I have a structure that's that was burnt, and when they got it down to the studs, we found out that they're missing footing. It's missing a ton of stuff, and they jammed it up as well. They have a ton of policy, but they capped the whole claim at code. So this is all code. In order to rebuild this, you have to. It kind of is. It's really not up to code. But how do you fight over that? How do you get over the hurdle of saying, well, even regardless if it's code or not, I can't rebuild this. I mean, they have a ton of dwelling coverage, but they kept them at code. Like, this is all code. And
that's a misapplication.
Yep.
That's a misapplication of policy all day long, because technically the code coverage doesn't kick in until you hit policy limits anyway. So as long as you're not at policy limits, that additional code or law and ordinance coverage doesn't even matter.
So in your shoes, Andrew, you're proposing just to write the estimate for what I see, whatever it's going to take to rebuild that, regardless
write what you see and what you have to do as a professional contractor to abide by current code and International Building Code. International Building Code says if that foundation is falling apart, or if that footing doesn't exist, you can't put a structure over the top of that. You need a solid footing to transfer all that weight from your structure. You've got to build it. There's just no two ways. While I don't want any of you to practice the unlicensed practice of public adjusting, I do want you to get familiar with these policies. I invite you to read through that policy, and then inform your insured. Just bird dog for your insured. Look through that law and ordinance section in the policy and tell your insured, it looks like they're misapplying this coverage. This is additional coverage. This is above and beyond. Or, usually it says something like additional costs incurred as a result of local ordinance or law or something like that. But this is not an additional cost incurred. This is just what it's going to take to rebuild the building as it sits today. It's not like they're saying you've got to upgrade this panel or you've got to put in sprinkler systems, right? Those are clear-cut code items, didn't exist before. But if you're talking about deficient original construction, that's not a code issue at all. That's just construction.
And you might need an engineer to justify that.
Oh, for sure. And the engineer's report and paying for that engineer is covered, right?
Right.
You've got to have an expert.
And remember a couple of things. One, if you get an engineer, always bill it separately, because your engineering reports can come out of a separate portion of the claim that's not listed on the deck page.
It can be covered on a claims expense.
As a claims expense, and it's not going to bite into your actual claim coverage amount for the work done. And the other thing is this here is that you have to remember, like, that's why the appraisal process is there and stuff. If you feel like if they're not budging on that coverage type of thing, that's what something Andy can take care of. But you also guys have to remember, one of the biggest things to ever hurt our industry was that little, part of my language, that little fucking gecko that is on TV, because everybody wants to go online and save money. They get a policy and they don't understand what it covers. And then we're left trying to say, well, you don't have enough coverage to do this here. And we got to try to juggle the numbers and figure it out. Like, sometimes your homeowner, unfortunately, they chose a policy that was crap and they've got to accept the consequences of it. And you got, look over your policy though and say, hey, it looks to me like maybe they're applying this coverage incorrectly. You might want to talk to them about it and all on your own, because I can't speak to them directly about it. I'm not a PA. But, at the end of the day, like, that's why me and Andy and a bunch of us in the Rebel group, we advocate for billing the homeowner and then letting the homeowner take the bill to the carrier and saying, here's how much it was. I need to be reimbursed. Because
Andre, what kind of dollars are we talking about?
They've paid 100, and it's going to take over 300, and they only have 40 grand of code. Their limit is like 450,000. They went up to 100.
I don't know about the specifics of your state, but in a lot of the states, including Oregon, if you sue your insurance company, my son is trying to get a hold of me. Come on, man. If you sue your insurance company and you win one more dollar than what they've offered, the insurance company has to pay your attorney's fees. I would guess there's similar statutes throughout the United States that would abide by that. So if we're talking a $300,000 delta, in my opinion, that's worth sitting down with an attorney and talking about. There's so often I see, and I've done it myself, especially early in my, oh my God, Jet, I will call you after my meeting. Don't call again, please. Woof. He's gonna hear.
Hopefully the house is not on fire on the other side.
If it's not on fire, he's got his brother to deal with it. Whatever. What we do.
Hey, Andy?
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish, and I got a question for you when you're done.
Okay. What we do so often is our knee-jerk reaction, because we are good people by and large. We want to be helpful. We find ourselves stepping into arguments, stepping into situations where we have no business, right? These are not our fights to fight. It is not our job to go find an attorney for our insured. It is not our job to try to talk an adjuster into, out of a ridiculous position he sat in. It's our job to write a good sheet, to be honest, be direct, and do our job to the best of our ability and be above board. Anything outside that is outside of our lane, and we need to stop fighting other people's fights. It's not our fight to fight. You just provide all the information you can and say, hey, I can't do this job for $70,000. Figure it out. Get back to me when you do. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
So, Andy, we've had 2 losses come in here recently, and we're working directly with the customer. Of course, they're intimidated by the carrier, but these particular jobs are for 2 older couples that do not crawl around in their crawl space. They've had leaks in their crawl space for longer than 14 days. Unfortunately, they were in a hot water situation. So you know what that produces in the crawl space, especially up here between condensation and everything else. So these 2 households have been told, because they didn't report this loss within 14 days, they have no coverage. These people are in their low 70s, mid 70s. I mean, there's not much we can do. After there's nothing we can do, but they've talked to attorneys, but they go back to that 14-day clause in a policy, and they didn't discover it until they had an outrageous power bill or an outrageous water bill. So what can be done?
Well, the 14 days is from date of discovery. It's not from date of loss, right? And no one can tell me for sure when that loss occurred. No one knows.
Correct.
No one was living in that crawl space, and no one was there when it happened. We're just guessing, right? And the other side is guessing, right? Obviously, they're fudging that number to say, well, you're way beyond the 14 days. No, the 14 days for reporting is from data discovery. So when did they discover it, and when did they report it? My guess is they reported it way sooner than 14 days.
Okay.
So how do you take up that fight though? Because that's a clear and distinct difference than if the adjuster or whoever on the carrier side is using that language to deny coverage. That can't possibly be by accident
Attorney,
or negligence.
I'd have that attorney
Most-
have that argument. Bill, you got an input on this?
I was just going to say, most policies allow for if it's in a hidden area. So that's a misapplication of coverage.
It's clear misapplication. And if you don't have an attorney that'll take that on, I've got one for you.
Good PA should be able to handle that too.
Yes. But at that point, they've already committed that bad faith. Washington State is a beautiful state to bring suits for bad faith. They've intentionally misrepresented the provisions of the policy. That is bad faith all day long. There shouldn't be an attorney in the land that would turn that down.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Once again, we're not. We could turn ourselves blue in the face, arguing and pointing fingers and saying you're wrong, you're being stupid, you're misrepresenting the policy. But guess what? We're not attorneys. We're not PAs. And even if we are operating under an AOB, there's only so far we can go. So get it. Yeah, I am pushing people more and more to quickly get it to an attorney. As soon as you know this is going sideways, get it to an attorney. Just wash your hands of it. And you're still there. You're still going to support your client. You're still going to do your job. But your job is not to take this thing to the next level where it needs to go. Was it Shonda asked about, I did mention 1099s, how to do remote estimating. So I think I could spend a couple minutes on that. So early on, I was doing everything myself. Obviously, I was your quintessential E-Myth entrepreneur. I broke away and started writing estimates because I thought that I could just do it better than anyone else. Quickly realized that I was capping myself at there's only so many hours in a day. There's only so much I can do. And as most of you probably understand on a intimate level, we can't scale ourselves. So if we can't scale ourselves and we're the only one doing anything in our business is capped at a certain dollar amount. There's only so far, we can only grow so much. So early on, I found out, hey, the hard way, I can't do it all. I've got to start finding some bodies. I got to find some people. And so I eventually built a system that I am the hub. I am the data hub and the organizing hub. I'm also the front-facing salesman for my organization. I collect the data. I bring these projects in. I curate them, and then I just hand them off. I distribute the data in an organized way through my CRM. I send an assignment to my subcontractor estimator and say, here, you've got a new job. Here you go. Here's the job file. Here's the data. Go log your hours here. So I essentially set up a farm where I maintain control over the data and the files and the clients. But my subcontractors interface in a seamless way with the data, and they get the files back to my system, and they log their hours. And they charge me by the hour, and I put a retail rate on that, and I charge my clients the retail rate, and that's essentially my whole system in a nutshell. But I think there's that model can be implemented for contractors in a very effective way. Early in my career, and even to this day, there still exists this mythical unicorn called the project manager, right run project manager estimator, where they're the salesman. They go out, they sell the job, they document the job, they measure the job, they estimate the job, and then they run the job, right? There's 4 different clear functions there, where once again, there's only so many hours in a day, and there's only so much work that person can handle. Usually that person is capped out depending on the mix, mitigation, repairs, large loss, whatever. Usually that person is capped out about $2 million. So you have one of these mythical unicorns in your operation. Maybe it's you. You are capping yourself by not delegating and not separating those functions. So take a lesson from the rest of the world and separate the estimating from the documenting, separate the sales from the documenting, from the estimating, and definitely don't have the guy that's estimating that job also be the guy that's running that job. Because very quickly, I can estimate a lot of jobs. I can only run 5 or 6 at a time. So separate those functions, figure it out how to automate. There's no reason. There's a reason. One of the biggest reason I came up with the 24-hour text system, and I put a copy in the files for you guys. And if you really want a hard copy, I've got a stack back here. So just let me know. Send me an email. Hey, I want a hard copy. I'll mail it to you. The reason I came up with the 24-hour tech is because I wanted the water damage technician to get me all the information I needed as the estimator to do my job without me having to go see every single job every single day. I was running my tail off, going crazy, running a Service Master franchise in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I don't know if you guys have been to Phoenix, Arizona, but it can take you an hour and a half to get from one side to the other with good traffic. So I quickly found myself just going bonkers and dropping the ball because I was operating in a system where all 4 of those functions I mentioned I was wearing those hats and no one else was doing anything else. As soon as I freed myself from the data collection and the documenting side, I was able to instantly double my volume. I was doubling what I was getting done. I was doubling my estimating. I was just freed up because I didn't have that windshield time and I didn't have that documentation time. So if you don't have a system in place in Circle, 24-hour tech is a paper system, but it works. It works without power. It works without cell reception. But there's great ones out there. In Circle will do you just walk around and do a video and it gives you your sketch file, right? It gives you today it gives you 2D floor plan, but I think we're about 2 weeks away from them giving you a sketch file. Matterport will give you a sketch file. DocuSketch will give you a sketch file. As long as the water damage technician can get me my hydrometrics, my measurements, and my scope documentation, I don't have to leave my desk. And that should be a goal for each and whatever one of you. You want your estimator to be in front of their computer all day, every day. And if they're not, well, you're wasting time. There's a lot of inefficiency in that. As soon as they leave that desk and get behind the windshield, that's wasted time. So why not have the person that's already there collecting that data for you? So figure that out. Figure out what system works for you. I linked up all the software that I've recently gone through, right? You can look through that, and play with them. Maybe it's not in Circle. Maybe it's Dash. Maybe it's DryLink. Although, no offense, David and Bob, I'm not a huge fan of DryLink. I don't like the reporting in DryLink, but I can see the benefits of it. Figure out what works for your company, but separate as many times as you can, and not just estimating, project management, and things like that. There's other functions in your business that you can make into 2 different functions. And maybe some of those functions you can turn into a 1099 or a subcontracted function instead of having a W-2 employee. That's one of my biggest sells to contractors is when I'm not writing your estimates, I'm not on the clock, right? When I'm out golfing, I'm not, you're not paying my liability insurance or putting gas in my truck. By my estimation, about 9% of the revenue that a write and run project manager estimator produces, 9% of that goes to him and his overhead. And I can get it done for less than 2%. So if I can get it done for less than 2%, you can do that, right? You can find those efficiencies within your own operation. And I'm a huge fan of finding out what a person's highest best use is. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am a terrible project manager. I interact well with people, but I don't organize well in my head. It was just one of those things that I had to do it because it was part of my job description, but I hated every minute of it. Complaining customers, subcontractors dropping the ball, materials not arriving, material selections, and it just turned my brain to mush. As soon as I was able to just go, this is my lane. I am an estimator. I'm not going to go get the data. I'm not responsible for the data. I'm just responsible for when that data hits my desk. I'm going to write as good a sheet as I can with the data that I'm presented and then ship that out the door. And maybe I'll have that conversation with the adjuster, right? Maybe I will do that negotiating side, but I'm not running that job. It'll free you guys up. I invite you to look at your own operations. But if you're a solo guy, Robert, I mean, I don't know how many guys you have, but I'm sure you were solo when you started out. It's a very different life.
Yeah. I'm a small company over here. Most companies in Maui, even like they say they're small and they have 45 guys or 15 guys or whatever. I mean, that's kind of bigger than a normal remediation company on a small island. So I have like 4 guys. I have 4 full-time and 1 part-time guy just to maintain my workload.
Okay. But you're the head estimator.
Yeah, I'm doing your role. I'm the unicorn right now. Eventually, I'm planning on pushing that off because I just started this business. I took over from my mentor who retired. The previous 6 years that I created ran pretty much was in the creation process of a remediation company on a different island from start to where I left, and came up from a handyman business to a $3.5 million restoration company. So now I'm starting over somewhat, back below $1 million, and so I'm not quite to the point where I can get a separate person to help. But yeah, that's the goal again, to grow back up to that dollar figure.
Yeah, we're so used to subbing out functions. If you can sub out your accounting, you can sub out your estimating, right? There's a lot you can do. In certain parts of the country, you can just call a guy that has a Matterport camera, and I invite you to do that if it makes sense for your company. Find a guy that's doing this real estate photography. He already has a Matterport camera. Just give him an address. And now here's a dirty secret that a lot of people don't realize. Those real estate guys that are doing this Matterport scans for real estate agents are working for peanuts, right? They're going and doing scans where I look at their price schedule, their fee schedule. I'm like, I can't even start the truck for that. God bless you. Go get it. So find creative ways to get that data without putting yourself or one of your high value, high dollar employees behind the wheel to go get it.
Question,
So,
Andy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you were speaking about the software. I was wondering when it's too much. What I'm trying to say is, if I have Matterport already, would it be too much to have Encircle or Actionable Insights is doing water alone?
Well, keep in mind, Actionable Insights is just a profile within
Right.
Xactimate. So, excuse me, they do have some good educational resources on their website. But so is there some potential overlap between Encircle and Matterport? Yes. only when it comes to the sketch measurement function.
Okay. All right.
But in Circle, you can do your hygrometrics, you can do your mitigation scoping documentation in, you can do your photos, you can do quite a bit of job management, and organization in.
Okay.
Matterport is just strictly data. It's not nothing else. So Matterport is a one-trick pony, but it does that very, very well.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this here. If you guys want to raise your hand button here, how many of you guys have never seen or used Encircle before? Okay, quite a bit of people. Andy, you want to show them? You want me to show them?
I don't think we need to drag people through Encircle. I would invite you to reach out to Encircle, tell them where you heard about it, and get them, because they've got a whole entire sales force that is sitting on their hands waiting for people to ask for tutorials. So let's put it on Encircle. It's a great tool. I'm a huge fan.
Effectively, Encircle is the best, in my opinion, the best CRM tool for field staff. It is not the best for your in-office people managing all your different clients and everything else, but for your technicians in the field, for documentation gathering, it provides the best way to organize your photos. It provides your best way for moisture mapping items out and having logs and records to keep it on. And it's a two-part process. You have to have a good solid CRM tool for the office work staff and a good one for your field staff. And out of all of them, it's probably, in my opinion, the best software out there.
And
go ahead, David.
Encircle's only going to get better because they hired a long time friend of mine that I know will make improvements with their system.
Yeah, I think Encircle is the one to beat right now.
Yep.
As far as field services, restoration technician, it's Encircle all day, every day.
And
they got contents. Yeah.
If you're a TPA office and you have TPA work right now, I know you guys have to use the horrible Mika program. There is whispers in the window in the ways that are saying that by the end of the year they should be approved to be replacing Mika, so you can choose to use Mika or Encircle on the TPAs, and they'll register and they'll recognize the use of it.
Nice.
Which is a game changer, because if any of you guys use Mika, you know that it's a completely garbage program.
It's garbage. Yeah, always has been.
And Drew, got a question for you regarding subbid.
Say that again. Regarding which?
Regarding subbid.
Subbids. Okay.
Yeah. Where do you draw, in your experience, where do you draw that line? Because, for example, I've got a claim up in the middle of the mountains here in Grass and Grizzly Flats where the fires happened. I added a pretty significant market adjustment because of that. And I justified, I explained the why. And adjuster just came back, zeroed all it out, said if you can't do it for this, give me a subbid, which makes me wonder, I can get any subbid, right? I can call any guy in the area and give me a subbid, but why is a sub more qualified than me? I mean, I got my own crew that can do it. This is my number. What, in your experience, what is the thing with them wanting subbid?
Well, it's a smokescreen. The reason they say go get a sub is because they're gonna theoretically pay the market rate, for a sub, and they're only gonna pay you 20% on top of that, theoretically. But if it's me and my operation, if no matter what I'm doing, whether I'm buying material or getting a sub to do work, if I'm not lining it out in Xactimate, I'm putting my markup on that number, on that material price or that bid. So, and that's not a 20% markup. It's a 50% markup. I've got a client here in town that marks up all his subs 50%. We had the adjuster on a loss say, can you put it in Xactimate? And he said, well, it's going to cost you money because I don't have Xactimate. And the adjuster said, yes, charge us for it. Well, he took my bill and marked it up 50%, and passed it on. And that's just SOP. Contractors do that all the time. If 50 and 55% markup is not an unreasonable markup, that's called contracting. So what they're trying to do is save a buck. But what you need to do is stick to your number. I mean, if your number is your number, they can't require you to go get a sub bid. And if they are going out and soliciting bids for subcontractors, they're outside their lane. They're acting as a contractor without a license, and they should get in trouble for that too.
I'll counter this and say also, here's my thing is I only use sub bids. If you're good, if you know how to use Xactimate and you deep dive into it and you learn your estimate line items, there is even on default pricing, I can usually get to or higher than a lot of my local sub bids on work. But regardless, that being said, if you're a general contractor, who's to say that you have, and you're not using a bid and they say, well, I need a bid price. My go-to response to them is, I use Xactimate pricing for my company and what my company needs to get this job done. Where in this estimate does it say that I'm subbing it out? For all you know, I have in-house drywallers. I have in-house licensed electrician. Where I don't have a sub bid because I'm using Xactimate. And if just because you don't like the price that the Xactimate line items came out to be, well, that's your own problem because I'm using the system you want me to use in the way it's intended to be used. So tell me what makes you think I need a sub bid?
You are not required to show your underlying costs for your work. Go ahead, Bill.
Hey, but Joe, I mean, your estimate, you use all this fluff in there, and I'm going to need you to take that out.
Tell me show me.
Define
Andy,
your terms. Yeah, define your terms.
Andy, you answer me here. You've seen a number of my estimates. How much shit do I put in my estimates that you could legitimately consider to be fluff?
Very little. It's all justified.
If you
justified and justifiable.
If you guys actually ever look, sometimes I'll post it in like Xactimate Ninjas.
Good to see you, David.
Look over my estimate. I'd love for people to message me and say, I feel this and that is fluff, because I, on average, have probably the lowest amount of fluff of any estimate because everything I use, I can justify it in one shape or another, and it's one of those, it's a hard trick to learn to master on what to and not, or what is considered fluff and what's not considered.
But none of my guys charge for that.
Oh yeah, there's that too. I've got a sub that can do it for my price.
Yeah.
Well,
to which I answer, I'm sure you do, but they don't have the contract on this job.
And I invited him to get on the job. I said, you know what? I'll add you to my vendor list. Come and do my job for me.
Hell yeah.
And that guy just
I'm going to hold you to that price. Yep.
Yeah. Well, he told me him and his uncle, who's a contractor, could do it for less. This was an adjuster telling me that. I said, you know what? So far, you're the cheapest contractor I've got on the books. Come and do it.
Come and do it.
Just I'll laugh.
Give you the job right now.
There you go.
Exactly.
I'll sign you up today.
That'll
shut them up.
One of the best things that you guys can do is, investing in yourselves. Go out and get the pricing consultant certification. Go out and get level 2 or 3, because I mean, I do for my W-2 here in Indianapolis. I do a lot of TPA work with Code Blue and Sedgwick and all. Those reviewers, they come at me with issues, and I'll tell them, look, as this is per training, I'm a level 3 certified writer with pricing consultant information. I'm using the program as intended. What's your credentials to tell me that I'm actually using this program wrong?
What's your qualification?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I've had Code Blue. I get Code Blue all the time to pay for Matterporting. I get Code Blue all the time to pay for masking during the drywall and masking during the painting. I get them to pay for, on a small job where we don't have a dumpster, I'll have 2 line items for a demo pickup. One with a trade for deep drywaller for his waste at like a 0.25 or a half, and one for the painter maybe. And I'll have and they'll be like, oh, you can only have one charge on here. No, that's not how this works, guys. Like it's this, I'm using the program the right way. And I've actually I get more adjusters. I'll bypass the TPAs, talk to the adjusters, and they'll come back and be like, no, I talked to Joe. He's all good. Like, just approve it and we're good to go. And it's all about having, and as much as this sounds kind of silly to say it this way, it's about confidence. If you know your shit and you
confidence, if you confidence and competence.
you know, and you can tell them, here's why I did this, X, Y, and Z. And you're not going, well, you know, well, that's just, I mean, I'll have to talk to the project manager, or I'll have to, when you hem all about it, that opens the door for them to really start picking you apart.
Yeah.
But when you can
just
pop it off.
Just don't leave the opportunity. Your number's your number. You know what you're doing. You are the qualified expert. And that'll go a long way. So I really appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate everyone being here. I want to give you this invitation. This is just the beginning of your education, right? Get into the groups, get into the Facebook group, ask the questions. You have my email now. Don't be afraid to use it. You have my phone number now, I think. Don't be afraid to use it within reason, please. But this is the beginning. This is not the end. This class was never intended to be anything but an introduction to open your mind and open your eyes to what is possible out there. So you guys are awesome. Let me know how I could have done better. I'm going to send you out a little survey. I know there was some technical difficulties, and I'm not the most organized person in the world, but if that was the biggest problem you had, let me know, and I'll make some changes for next time. Next time, speaking of next time, I had somebody that couldn't make it, so I told them I would do another course. So we're going to do one right away, September 29th. So if you know anyone that didn't get into this, or you've found great value in this, let people know. We're going to be doing this class again on September 29th, but we're going to do it all day. We're going to do a one-day class, 9 to 5 Eastern, on September 29th. So,
and Andy, I'm just going to take a second here. Hey guys, if you guys need, like I said, I'm here to support Andy. You know, Andy and all runs a great operation and everything. If you just need actual Xactimate training, if you need more help, or if you ever have a question, hit me up. Hit me up on Facebook. Hit me up through email. I love, my big thing is, as much as I like writing estimates, I prefer training and getting you guys all to write better, because when more people write efficiently, the entire industry profits from it.
The rising tide floats all boats.
I actually had an Allstate adjuster who asked the question. They asked their boss, they said, you know, are labor trade changes allowed on estimates? And their boss's response, and I quote, was, as a default, no, they're not. But if you see a large amount of people in a common area doing that, we can approve it for that area specifically. So the more people that write competently just profits everybody as a whole. So, and then Andy, I know I'm planning on here one day soon doing my own little training, like a day one kind of training for Xactimate itself, that I'm hoping Andy will join in with me on and help me
figure it out. Yeah.
But that's my thing is like, I'm working on becoming a trainer. And if you guys need help on Xactimate, any of the steps that I was showing during the class that I went too fast on, hit me up. I'm always got a Zoom channel of my own opened up for people to join in and ask questions on. Anything I can do to help you guys out, don't ever feel hesitant to ask me, hey, Joe, you know, show me this here. Or if you even want to see a file of mine, hey, Joe, show me one of your fires. I just like to see how it looks.
You got his, no problem. You guys got his email. It's in the doc. So, all right. Be good, y'all. Let me know if you have any questions.
Would this class be link? We get a link to this training?
Yes, this specific class, yes. As soon as I download it, I'm going to download it as soon as it's done processing. And I'll get that. I'll do that similar to, I don't know if you caught that, anyone caught that in the Google Doc. I linked up the YouTube playlist for the previous classes. Those are unlisted, not public, but they are available to you guys. So you can not only see the previous classes if you care to. I think some of it is pretty boring once you've seen it once, but also upload these last 2 days to that same playlist. So I'll link those up as soon as I can.
And we'll get an email.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, could you send the links for your groups, the Facebook groups and the other ones? I'm not sure if I saw that on the.
It's on the Google Doc.
It's on there? Okay.
The top of the Google Doc is the Facebook R class. And then when you're on Facebook, do a search for Restoration Rebels, and you'll find the Restoration Rebels.
I'm
Oh, quick
linking,
question.
I'm putting it
Are you-
in the Zoom chat here, Andy.
Okay,
Rebels, Xactimate Ninjas.
perfect.
Perfect. Bill, are you licensed in California?
No, I'm Texas.
Texas? Oh, okay.
Oh, Texas. Are you a Texas PA?
Yeah.
Oh man, God bless you. All right, we need to connect. We need to
Will
connect.
do.
All right, be good, everyone. Take care.
All right, y'all take care.
Thank you all.
All right, bye.